There will always be days when your heart feels heavy and the world feels too loud. But strength begins when you stop chasing control and start choosing stillness. Share this with the important people in your life. Let them know you care about their peace too. Write this in the comments. I carry wisdom, not weight. I walk with purpose, not pressure. Becoming a Stoic sage isn't about pretending nothing touches you. It's about feeling deeply and still choosing your response. It's knowing that storms will come, but your peace is not up for negotiation. You don't need control, you need clarity. A sage isn't someone who has all the answers. It's someone who no longer seeks approval in every glance or safety in every outcome. They've learned that the world may never be calm, but they can be. You become a sage when you stop reacting to noise and start responding to truth. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands. Don't grasp at every emotion. Don't build your home inside every thought. Observe them, learn from them, and then let them go. Pain is not the enemy. Your reaction to pain is what defines your strength. You don't need to win every battle. Sometimes wisdom is choosing not to fight, not because you're weak, but because peace is worth more than pride. Silence is not emptiness. It's the space where your true self begins to speak. Right now, as you sit here, tired or overwhelmed or unsure, know this: you are not lost. You are refining. Every struggle is carving you into someone steady, someone free. And freedom isn't loud. It's quiet. It's calm. It's choosing to walk forward even when everything begs you to run. Let's stay here, together, in this quiet moment. Let's breathe, not to escape the world, but to meet it with open eyes. To be a Stoic sage is not to shut yourself away. It's to walk through life's fire with grace. It's to hear the noise and still choose your own rhythm. To feel the ache of uncertainty and still remain steady. Because life will not wait for you to feel ready. It will not soften for your plans. But you can soften within. You can become the calm in the chaos. You can become the pause before the reaction. You can become the wisdom you've been waiting for. There's a strength in stillness. Not the stillness of doing nothing, but the stillness of knowing exactly what matters and letting the rest fall away. When the world shouts, whisper back with your presence. You don't have to fix everything. You don't even have to understand everything. You just need to meet each moment with clarity. The Stoic sage knows there will be pain, there will be change, there will be loss, but none of it can touch who you truly are unless you let it. Detach from what is not yours to carry. You are not responsible for every opinion, every outcome, every storm. You are responsible for your inner world, your thoughts, your choices, your peace. And that is enough. If a thought brings you anxiety, ask, is it true? If a fear controls you, ask, is it useful? The sage questions the storm before believing in it. You do not owe your energy to every thought that passes through your mind. Let it pass. Let it pass. Let it pass. You were not made to live clenched. Release the grip. Even now, feel your body soften. Unclench your jaw. Drop your shoulders. Let your breath settle. This moment right here is your training ground. Not in a temple, not on a mountaintop, but here in the ordinary, in traffic, in heartbreak, in waiting rooms and long nights. Here is where the sage is forged, not in the absence of pain, but in the quiet strength to feel pain without letting it shape your soul. There is no shame in emotion. Feel it, honor it, but do not become it. You are not your anger. You are not your fear. You are not even your thoughts. You are the awareness beneath them all, the observer, the witness, the calm beneath the storm. So when frustration rises, greet it. When sadness visits, sit with it. But remember, you are not a home for chaos. You are a temple of peace. You are not broken. You are becoming. Every difficulty is not a punishment, but a path. Every delay is not rejection, it's redirection. When the world pulls at you, tugging you into reaction, remember this: you can pause, you can breathe, you can choose. This is the power of the sage. Not to dominate, not to control, but to remain steady, to remain whole, to remain at peace even when the pieces are moving. Let go of needing to be understood. Let go of proving yourself. Let go of chasing what was never meant for you. Instead, ask, what am I holding onto that no longer serves me? What would I have to let go of to feel light again? You don't need more. You need less. Less noise. Less urgency. Less trying to be everything for everyone. You just need to be you, fully, quietly, and without apology. The sage does not rush. The sage does not beg. The sage does not react. The sage reflects. In every moment you have a choice, to feed your peace or feed your fear. Choose peace, even when your mind screams, even when your past echoes, even when your nerves shake. Peace is not perfection, it's presence. It's choosing your values over your urges. It's choosing your response over your reaction. It's choosing inner freedom over external approval. And the truth is, most things do not require your reaction. They require your silence. They require your stillness. They require your wisdom. The Stoic sage is not passive. They are powerful, quietly, deeply, without need for recognition. They master their emotions not by ignoring them, but by understanding them. They live aligned, not to the world's demands, but to their own inner truth. What if this was enough? This breath, this stillness, this you. What if the chase could end here, not because you've given up, but because you've finally come home? You are allowed to rest. You are allowed to not have all the answers. You are allowed to walk slowly. The sage does not rush toward wisdom. They allow wisdom to rise within them, like a sunrise, slow and certain. You can too. You don't need more books, more steps, more success. You need presence. Presence is the root of all peace. Come back to now. Come back to breath. Come back to the simple truth. You are okay. Not because everything is okay, but because you've decided to be. And that is the power of the sage. There is a quiet kind of courage in not needing the world to change for you to feel at peace. To walk through each day with a steady heart. Not because it's easy, but because it's right. To become a sage is not to feel less. It's to feel fully and still choose to respond with wisdom. So when the world rushes you, slow down. When the world provokes you, pause. When the world tests you, return to your breath. Not because you're avoiding the moment, but because you're mastering it. You don't need to win every argument. You don't need to prove your worth. You don't need to explain your peace. Peace explains itself. Quietly, gently, completely. There's something sacred about not reacting. About not letting every little thing rent space in your soul. Not everything deserves your energy. Not everything needs your answer. Sometimes the most powerful move is no move at all. To sit, to breathe, to know that your stillness is not weakness. It's wisdom. It takes strength to listen without the need to reply. It takes strength to feel anger and not act on it. It takes strength to let go, again and again and again, until only your truth remains. That is the way of the sage. Not loud, not flashy, not praised by the world, but real, rooted, unshakable. And every day you are invited to become that. Not by changing who you are, but by remembering who you were before the world made you forget. You are not your job. You are not your failures. You are not your fears. You are what remains when all that fades. And what remains is enough. Right now, close your eyes, if only for a moment, and feel that truth. Feel how little you truly need to feel whole. You don't need more to be more. You need less. Less resistance. Less chasing. Less fear of being still. Stillness is not empty. Stillness is where your answers live. Stillness is where your power returns to you. The Stoic sage isn't above emotion. They just no longer bow to it. They let emotion pass, like clouds across the sky. They let discomfort come and go. They let life happen without making it personal. Can you do that? Can you let discomfort be just discomfort? Can you let rejection be just redirection? Can you let your thoughts pass by without grabbing each one like it holds the meaning of your life. You don't have to believe everything you think. You don't have to follow every urge. You don't have to fight every battle. You can let go. You can return to presence. You can walk away without needing to explain why. You can forgive without needing an apology. You can start again without waiting for permission. Every moment is new. Every breath is a beginning. Every time you pause before reacting, you are practicing wisdom. Every time you speak from clarity, not anger, you are becoming a sage. Every time you choose your peace over proving your point, you are stepping into a deeper strength. There is no finish line to this path. There is no title to wear. There is only the practice. Each day, each hour, each breath, you will fall short sometimes. That's okay. The sage doesn't expect perfection. The sage simply returns, again, and again, and again, back to the breath, back to the present, back to the center. There's power in returning. There's grace in beginning again. No matter how many times you forget, you can remember. No matter how many times you react, you can choose again. The sage is not someone who never falls. The sage is someone who keeps rising, more grounded each time. So the next time pain visits you, meet it like an old friend. Ask it what it came to teach you. The next time fear clutches your chest, don't run. Sit with it. Listen. Then walk forward anyway. Courage is not the absence of fear. It's the choice to keep walking even with fear beside you. Peace is not found in a life without problems. It's found in a mind that knows how to meet them with calm. You are not here to escape life. You are here to master how you meet it. To meet joy with presence. To meet sorrow with grace. To meet everything in between with the quiet knowing that this too will pass. And when it does, you'll still be here, rooted, calm, clear. That is the sage. That is who you already are underneath the noise. You don't need to become anything. You just need to remember. Remember that you are allowed to not know. You are allowed to rest. You are allowed to not have the answer. You are allowed to say not now and return when you're ready. Because even the Stoic sage pauses. Even the sage breathes deeply. Even the sage walks away when peace calls them home. So breathe, right now, in and out. Feel that? That's all you need. You are here. You are alive. You are becoming. Quietly, slowly, beautifully. No rush, no pressure, just presence. And in that presence, you are already free. You are not behind. You are exactly where you need to be for what your soul needs to learn. This moment right here, it's not a detour. It's the path. It's okay if it doesn't look the way you imagined. It's okay if it hurts more than you thought it would. Growth often disguises itself as discomfort. But the Stoic sage doesn't resist discomfort. The sage leans in, feels it, listens to it, learns from it, and lets it go. You can do the same. You don't have to fight every shadow that rises. Some shadows just want to be seen. Some pain just wants to be honored. And when you stop running from your emotions, you realize they're not monsters. They're messengers. They're mirrors. They show you where you're still holding on, where you still expect the world to be different, where you still confuse control with safety. But control is not safety. Control is fear wearing armor. And you don't need to be armored anymore. You need to be honest. You need to be whole. You need to be real. Let go of the mask. Let go of the performance. Let go of being okay all the time. The Stoic sage is not always okay. They are always honest. They meet their truth without flinching. They meet reality without wishing it away. Because reality is the only place peace exists. So breathe into what is. Let it be enough. Even this, even now, even the heavy moments, even the confusing ones. You don't need to have it all figured out. You just need to take the next breath with presence, the next step with clarity, and the next choice with intention. That's all. That's the path. Slow, steady, sacred. And if the world calls you foolish for walking it, let them. The Stoic sage does not argue with noise. They return to silence. They return to stillness. Because they know peace is not found by shouting louder. It's found by stepping back. and watching the noise dissolve into nothing. Nothing is louder than your silence when it's full of truth. You don't have to prove your value to people who cannot see it. You don't have to carry the weight of other people's storms. You don't have to explain why you're choosing peace. Peace doesn't ask for explanation. It just asks for presence. Right now, place your attention on your breath again. Not to escape the world, but to re-enter it gently, to re-enter it as yourself, to re-enter it with less noise. You've carried so much that was never yours. Expectations, labels, wounds that began in someone else but ended in you. But you can set them down now. You can say, "This is not mine." You can say, "I no longer carry this." And in that choice you rise. Not louder, not angrier, just lighter. The Stoic sage rises by letting go, by releasing the fight for control, by surrendering to truth, not to weakness. Surrender is not giving up. Surrender is growing up. It's the moment you realize, I can't force the river, but I can learn to float. And maybe the current isn't against me. Maybe the current is carrying me exactly where I need to go. Can you trust that? Can you trust life, even when you don't understand it? Can you trust yourself, even when you feel uncertain? The sage does not need certainty. The sage moves with faith, not in the outcome, but in their own ability to meet whatever comes. That's a deeper strength. That's a quieter power. You don't need to be fearless. You need to be faithful. Faithful to your values. Faithful to your peace. Faithful to what you know is right, even when it's hard. You are not here to avoid pain. You are here to rise through it, to walk through fire and come out gold, to be tested and remain kind, to be shaken and still choose grace. Every day the world will offer you chaos. Every day you get to choose whether you drink it or observe it. The Stoic sage watches but does not absorb. They feel but do not collapse. They act but never from panic. You can live that way, not because life gets easier, but because you've become deeper. And now, the storms that once broke you only water the roots of your wisdom. You are not fragile. You are not broken. You are becoming, like stone shaped by wind, strong not because it resists, but because it endures. Let what you can't control shape you, not shatter you. Let it polish you. Let it humble you. Let it return you to the only thing you ever really needed: stillness, clarity, presence. You don't need to outrun life. You need to walk with it, side by side, breath by breath, knowing that everything you face is an invitation to slow down, to return inward, to remember who you are, to remember what you stand for, and to remember that no one can take your peace without your permission. So stop giving it away. Stop handing over your calm to the chaos of others. Start honoring your inner world like it matters. Because it does. That's where the sage lives. Not in temples, not in books, in the quiet place inside you that already knows the way. All you have to do is listen and follow, with steady steps, with a calm heart, with the kind of courage that doesn't need to be seen to be real. You are already walking the path, one breath at a time, one choice at a time, one return at a time, and every return is a victory. So breathe and continue. You are still here. After everything, you are still here. That alone is a kind of wisdom, quiet kind, not the kind you read in books, but the kind your soul writes in silence. In the nights you didn't think you'd survive, in the mornings when the weight was still there, and you got up anyway, you kept going. And that matters, even when no one saw it, even when it didn't feel like progress. The Stoic sage knows not all victories are loud. Some look like still breathing. Some look like not reacting. Some look like choosing kindness when anger would have been easier. You're not here to win battles with the world. You're here to master the one within. That's the real test. Not how many things you can conquer, but how many things you can let go of. How much peace you can keep while everything around you shakes. How much truth you can carry without needing anyone else to believe it. Because you don't need approval to be free. You don't need applause to be wise. You just need to live with yourself with honesty. And that's hard, because honesty isn't always comfortable. Sometimes it means sitting with guilt you buried. Sometimes it means forgiving someone you swore you never would. Sometimes it means admitting that you're tired of pretending. And that's okay. The Stoic sage doesn't pretend. They see clearly, they speak gently, and they act with alignment, not attachment. So ask yourself, what am I clinging to that's already asking to be released? What am I chasing that's pulling me away from my own soul? Who am I trying to impress? And why? Let go of the weight. Let go of the noise. You are not meant to carry the whole world. You are meant to carry yourself with presence. That's enough. That's always been enough. But the world tries to convince you otherwise. It says, prove yourself. It says, fix everything. It says, hurry up. But the Stoic path is not hurried. It is not loud. It is not desperate. It is slow and patient and brave, because it takes courage to be still in a world addicted to movement. It takes strength to remain soft when everything tries to harden you. It takes wisdom to pause before reacting. And right now you have that wisdom, even if it's still learning to speak, even if it's quiet, even if it trembles sometimes. Let it speak anyway. Let it lead. You don't need to be loud to be powerful. You don't need to be busy to be worthy. You don't need to be perfect to be wise. Breathe. Remember, a Stoic sage is not someone who never feels pain. It's someone who no longer fears it. Someone who knows pain is a teacher, not a punishment. And like all good teachers, it's not here to stay. It comes, teaches, it leaves. So don't build a home in the pain. Let it pass. Let it teach you. Let it show you what still needs your attention, your care, your healing. But then let it go. The Stoic sage doesn't hold on to what's already finished. They move forward, not quickly, but truthfully, not perfectly, but consistently, not with fear, but with inner clarity. Clarity that says, I am not my past. I am not what they did. I am not what I failed to do. I am what I choose today, in this breath, in this moment. And you have that choice always, even when everything feels out of control. You don't need control. You need clarity. You don't need power. You need peace. You don't need to predict the future. You just need to be here, now, fully, and feel this truth in your chest. I don't have to be anything other than present. That's where freedom is. That's where wisdom grows. That's where the sage lives, in the now. Not in regrets, not in fears, but in this sacred, quiet moment where breath becomes strength, where awareness becomes action, and where the heart finally becomes still. You are allowed to rest. You are allowed to not have all the answers. You are allowed to pause, because the Stoic sage is not in a race. They are in a relationship with life itself, with this moment, with what is, and that relationship begins with silence, with noticing, with simply being. So take another breath, deeper this time. Let your shoulders fall. Let your jaw relax. Let your mind slow down. There is nothing to figure out right now. There is only this breath and being, presence and peace. You're doing better than you think. You're becoming wiser than you know. And every time you choose calm over chaos, every time you choose your values over your impulses, every time you return to your breath instead of the noise, you become more of who you already are. The sage was never outside you. It's always been inside, quiet, waiting, patient, ready to guide, ready to rise. Let it rise. Let the noise fall away. Let your own clarity speak. And listen like it's the only voice that matters. Because right now, it is. You don't have to change your whole life tonight. You just have to change your relationship with this moment. That's where every transformation begins. Not in the grand decision, but in the quiet one. Not in the storm, but in the breath you take while the storm passes. You are not weak for feeling overwhelmed. You are not broken for needing rest. You are human. And the Stoic sage is not someone who transcends their humanity. It's someone who embraces it with grace. You don't have to be unshakable to be wise. You just have to keep returning to stillness, like waves returning to shore, like breath returning to lungs, again and again with patience. Even when you forget, even when you fall short, even when you react, you can always return. That's what matters. Not perfection, but return. The sage knows every moment is a chance to begin again. No past mistake has the power to define you, unless you let it. No old wound has the power to close your heart, unless you guard it with fear. No fear has the power to hold you back, unless you mistake it for truth. And it isn't truth. Fear is just noise, temporary, loud, but empty. Truth is quiet. It whispers. It waits for you to slow down long enough to hear it. And when you do, you'll hear it say, "You are enough." You are allowed to be gentle with yourself. You don't need to rush. You need to remember. Remember who you were before the world told you who to be, before you learned to wear masks, before you buried your feelings just to be safe. You were already whole. You still are. Even in your confusion, even in your fatigue. Wholeness has never been about being flawless. It's about being real. And being real means sometimes you're lost. But being lost doesn't mean you're failing. It means you're searching. It means you still care. And the Stoic sage always begins there, with care, with curiosity, with compassion for the self, especially in the dark. Because it's in the dark that you learn what light really is. It's in the ache that you learn what peace actually means. Peace is not the absence of discomfort. It's the ability to sit beside discomfort without running. To say, "I see you, but I am not you. I feel you, but I do not follow you." That's where your freedom is born. When you no longer fight the moment. When you stop asking life to be easier and start asking yourself to be clearer. You don't need ease, you need clarity. You don't need escape, you need presence. And presence is not passive. It is power. It's looking life in the face and saying, "I may not control what happens, but I always choose what it means to me." That's where the Stoic sage lives. Not in fantasies of perfect outcomes, but in the dignity of perfect presence. That's what makes you resilient. Not that you never break, but that you know how to rebuild. That you know how to breathe when things fall apart. That you remember pain is not the enemy. Reaction is. It's your reaction that creates your suffering. It's your interpretation that writes the story. And stories can be rewritten. Right now, you can tell a new one. You can decide this isn't your breaking point. It's your returning point. Return to your breath. Return to your center. Return to your reason. The Stoic sage doesn't need drama. They need direction. They don't need revenge. They need inner peace. They don't need to win. They need to understand. And understanding begins with stillness, with asking, what is this moment teaching me? What can I accept, even if I don't like it? What part of me needs gentleness, not judgment? These questions matter more than answers. They shape your perspective, and your perspective shapes your experience. That's where your true power lives, in how you see, in how you frame your pain, in how you meet your moments, especially the hard ones. So when the world feels too loud, don't raise your voice, lower your shoulders, lower your expectations, and raise your awareness. The sage watches. They listen, they feel, but they don't cling, they don't spiral, they don't blame, they observe, they accept, they act with intention, and when they fail, they begin again. That's the kind of strength you're building. Not the strength to control everything, but the strength to let go, again and again, with peace in your chest and truth in your voice. Because when you are grounded in truth, the world loses its power to shake you. So ask yourself quietly, what am I reacting to that deserves my release instead? What am I fighting that is actually here to teach me? What can I surrender to without losing myself? You don't have to carry it all. You don't have to fix it all. You don't even have to understand it all. You just have to be honest and brave enough to stay present, even when it's uncomfortable, even when it's uncertain, even when it hurts. You're not here to escape your humanity. You're here to live it wisely, to feel it fully, to walk through it with clarity, and with grace. And in doing so, you become exactly what the Stoic sage has always been, not someone above life, but someone deeply rooted in it, rooted in their values, rooted in their awareness, rooted in the unshakable truth that, no matter what happens, you still choose your response. And that choice is everything. If you could see yourself clearly in this moment, you'd see strength where you think there's weakness. You'd see growth in the very places that feel like failure. That's the truth the Stoic sage learns to see. Growth doesn't feel like triumph. It feels like discomfort. It feels like doubt. It feels like silence when you want answers. But silence is not empty. It's space. And space is where clarity enters. Let yourself be still long enough to notice it. Let yourself breathe without rushing toward resolution. Sometimes, peace doesn't come when you solve the problem. It comes when you stop needing to. You learn to sit beside the unsolved. You learn to live inside the question. You learn to carry pain, not as a burden, but as a teacher. You begin to ask, what is this showing me about myself? And then you listen, not with judgment, not with urgency, with honesty, because that's what the sage practices: honest observation. They don't need to punish themselves for not knowing everything. They don't need to perform wisdom. They simply return to what is true, again and again, even when it's uncomfortable, even when it's not what they wanted, even when the truth is, I don't know yet. I don't have the answer, but I'm willing to be here anyway. And that's what makes you strong. That willingness, that softness that doesn't give up, that inner voice that says, I will meet this moment, not escape it. I will keep my eyes open, even when it's hard. I will keep my heart open, even when it's been hurt. That's courage. Not shouting, not controlling, not dominating. Real courage is staying kind in the face of chaos, staying patient in the face of pressure, staying present in the face of pain, because presence is where power lives, not in force but in depth. The Stoic sage isn't trying to win every battle. They've stopped needing battles in the first place. They've realized most conflict is noise. Most of what disturbs us comes from within, not from the world, but from our demands on it, from our resistance, from our insistence that it should be different. But peace begins when you release that, when you say, I will face life as it is, not as I wish it to be. And in doing that, you find your center. You return to yourself. You stop looking for peace in outcomes, and you start creating it in your response. You realize you don't need control to be safe. You don't need certainty to be calm. You need awareness. You need inner stillness. You need a quiet kind of strength, the kind that doesn't need to prove anything to anyone. That's what the sage embodies. Not the loud fire of ambition, but the quiet flame of alignment. They know the most important victories are invisible. No one sees when you choose not to react. No one applauds when you forgive in silence. No one cheers when you show up despite the weight in your chest. But those are the moments that shape your soul, that refine your character, that carve out wisdom inside of you, not with noise, but with presence. So if you feel tired right now, let yourself rest, but don't mistake rest for retreat. You are not giving up. You are replenishing. You are remembering what matters. You are returning to your inner compass. And that compass doesn't point toward comfort. It points toward truth. And truth often takes you through discomfort, but it never abandons you there. It leads you deeper into resilience, into clarity, into the kind of strength that can carry sadness and hope at the same time. That can say, I feel pain, but I am not lost. I feel fear, but I choose to move gently. I feel tired, but I am still rooted. Rooted in values, rooted in awareness, rooted in the deep knowing that everything you need is already here, not out there, here, inside your breath, inside your patience, inside your willingness to sit with this moment exactly as it is. This is the way of the Stoic sage. Not loud, not rushed, not desperate, but grounded, intentional, calm. And in that calm, they see what others miss. That most of what we chase, we already have access to within. That most of what we fear is just a thought, and most of what we avoid is a lesson. So slow down, let yourself feel, let yourself remember. You were not made to fight life. You were made to walk with it, to walk with dignity, with softness, with the quiet strength that says, I may not control the storm, but I control how I walk through it. And with every step through that storm, you become wiser, not in theory but in being, not in concept but in presence. You don't become a sage by thinking more. You become one by needing less control, less drama, less validation, and more silence, more reflection, more return to truth. And truth is always simple, always still, always waiting for you to come back, to return, not as someone new, but as the real you, uncovered, unburdened, unshaken, ready to begin again. The Stoic sage knows this. You don't have to be perfect to be peaceful. You don't need to have everything figured out. You only need to be present with what's here now. Not what you wish was here, not what used to be here, only this moment. And that is enough. You see, suffering often begins in resistance, in trying to push away what life has already placed in front of you. But what happens when you stop pushing? What happens when you soften? You begin to see clearly. You begin to feel fully. And even pain becomes less frightening when you stop fighting it. You let it pass through you, like wind through open hands, because you are not here to trap the wind. You are here to breathe it in, let it pass, and return to stillness. That stillness, it's not weakness. It's your foundation. The sage doesn't react because the world demands it. They choose how to respond. They pause. They feel. They act only when it's aligned. And that's the difference between reaction and response. Reaction is fast, unconscious, emotional. Response is still, aware, rooted. So today, notice your impulse to react and give it space. Don't condemn it. Just notice. Then choose presence instead. Because every time you pause, you practice mastery. Every time you observe before you speak, you strengthen the space between stimulus and response. And in that space lives your power. That's where you grow. Not in changing the world, but in changing how the world moves through you. Not in fixing everything outside, but in building a refuge within. A place you can return to when everything outside feels uncertain. A place where peace isn't something you chase. It's something you become. That is what it means to be a sage. To cultivate your inner world with such care that no storm can uproot you. The wind may bend you, but you don't break. You don't run from the wind. You listen to it. You learn from it. And then you release it. Because it's just wind. It is not you. The opinions of others, they are not you. The noise of the world, it is not you. Even your emotions, they rise, they fall, but they are not you. You are the awareness behind all of it. The space, the stillness, the observer. And the observer doesn't panic. It watches, it learns, it waits. So when the weight of life feels like too much, don't rush to throw it off. Just sit with it, breathe, ask yourself, what am I clinging to? What am I resisting? And then let it soften. You're allowed to soften, even in pain, even in disappointment, even when things don't go your way, because soft does not mean weak. Soft means open. Soft means aware. Soft means strong enough to let life in without losing yourself. And that's what you're learning, to stay with yourself in every emotion, to remain calm, not because life is easy, but because you are anchored, to be still, not because nothing moves, but because you've chosen not to be moved by everything. The Stoic sage understands. Peace is not found in changing what happens. It's found in choosing how to see it. And seeing clearly takes courage. It means being honest, even when honesty hurts. It means looking inward, even when you'd rather run outward. It means staying, especially when it would be easier to escape. But what's on the other side of that staying is transformation. Real transformation. Not a version of you that's more impressive, but a version that is more true, more grounded, more real. and more at peace, not because the world changed, but because you did. Because you learned the most important lesson of all. You are not what happens to you. You are how you meet what happens. You are your values, your presence, your patience, your willingness to show up again and again with calm. And when that becomes your habit, you become unshakable, not invincible, not numb, but steady. Steady in your heart, steady in your mind, steady in your presence. That's the quiet power of the sage. They are not louder than the world. They are deeper than it. So if today feels overwhelming, go deeper. Don't escape upward. Don't spiral outward. Go inward. Return to your breath. Return to your clarity. Return to the question, what part of this moment is mine to carry, and what can I let pass? You'll find the answer not in more thoughts, but in less noise, in silence, in that calm place beneath your emotions. That's where wisdom waits for you, not with urgency, but with presence. And when you meet it there, you remember who you are, and you become what you were always meant to be, not a follower of chaos, not a slave to impulse, but a calm, clear, grounded human being, a sage. Not because you are above the world, but because you are anchored within it. You are not late. You are not behind. You are exactly where you're supposed to be, because this moment is the only one that exists. The Stoic sage doesn't rush toward the future. They don't chase tomorrow as if peace hides somewhere ahead. They return again and again to the breath in their chest, to the thoughts in their mind, to the moment they are living right now, because right now is enough. Even when it's uncomfortable, even when it's unclear, right now is the only place where change can happen, where peace can grow, where strength can be built, quietly, patiently, and without applause. You don't have to make a scene to make progress. You just have to be consistent, and you already are more than you think. You're showing up, you're reflecting, you're listening, you're doing what so many people avoid, sitting with yourself, feeling deeply, thinking clearly. This is not weakness. This is training. Training your mind to return to calm. Training your heart to remain open. Training your soul to stop searching and start being. The sage doesn't ask, why is this happening to me? They ask, how can I meet this with wisdom? They don't say, this isn't fair. They say, this is here. So how can I grow from it? That shift changes everything. Turns pain into practice, obstacles into teachers, frustration into fuel. Because life doesn't reward those who resist it. It softens for those who listen. It opens for those who align. It transforms for those who surrender, not in defeat, but in presence. Let that be your reminder today. You don't have to fight everything. You don't have to force peace. Peace comes when you release the need to control everything around you and return to controlling what's within you. Your breath, your attention, your choices, that's where your power lives. And every time you return to that power, even for a moment, you become more sage than seeker, more rooted than reactive, more steady than shaken. Let your mind unclench now. Let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw soften. Feel the weight you've been carrying without judgment. Then say to yourself, I do not need to carry what is not mine. That is not weakness. That is wisdom. Let others be loud. Let the world spin. You are still. You are present. You are training your nervous system to breathe through discomfort and return to peace without permission. You don't need permission to be okay. Not from your past. Not from others. Not even from your own doubts. You just need to choose it. And keep choosing it over and over as a way of life. That is what the Stoic sage does. They don't wait for the perfect moment to begin living with peace. They live it now in the imperfection. They find clarity in the fog. They find steadiness in the waves. They find self in the silence. So, if you're tired, be tired. If you're lost, be lost. But do it with awareness. Do it with presence. Do it knowing you are not broken. You are building. Even now, especially now, because building yourself isn't always loud. Sometimes it's silent. Sometimes it's in the unseen choices, the pauses, the redirections, the quiet letting go of who you were to become who you truly are. That's what growth feels like. Uncomfortable, but aligned. And every discomfort is an invitation, not to run, but to look deeper, to ask, what does this moment want to teach me? Not as a punishment, but as a path. That's how the sage walks through life, not blaming the road, but learning from every step, even the uneven ones, even the painful ones, because even pain has purpose if you're willing to meet it with presence. Even grief can be a guide if you're willing to walk beside it. Even fear can become a mirror if you're willing to face it. So don't wish it all away. Don't beg for ease. Welcome the moment exactly as it is. Then choose how you'll respond. Choose stillness when chaos calls. Choose patience when urgency screams. Choose truth when illusions try to lead you. That is what becoming a Stoic sage looks like. Not a single moment of breakthrough, but 1,000 quiet returns to what matters. Again, and again, and again, until peace is no longer a visitor. It is your home, and you are no longer seeking wisdom, you are living it. Sometimes the world will try to convince you that strength is loud, that power must be visible, that control means never feeling uncertain or lost. But the Stoic sage knows the truth. Strength is quiet, power is subtle, control is an illusion. True control begins inside, in the place where no one else can reach, your own mind. You don't need control, you need clarity. Clarity to see what is yours to carry and what you can release. Clarity to understand that peace isn't the absence of difficulty, but the ability to meet difficulty with a calm heart. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands. Feel it, acknowledge it, then let it go. Pain is not the enemy. Your reaction to pain is what defines your strength. You may feel tired, overwhelmed, like the weight of the world is pressing down. And that is okay. The sage does not pretend to be unbreakable. They allow themselves to be human. But within that humanity, they cultivate resilience. Resilience is not about forcing yourself to endure. It is about bending without breaking, about returning to center after the storm. You may not control what happens to you, but you do control how you meet it. And every choice to respond with calm is a small victory for your soul. Imagine your mind as a calm lake. The wind may ripple the surface, but beneath the water remains still. The surface is what others see, but the depth is where your true self lives. Cultivate that depth. Return to it whenever the noise feels too loud. You are not alone in feeling lost or weary. Every person, even the wisest, has felt the same. But the difference is this: the sage stays, the sage listens, the sage grows. In this way, every challenge becomes a teacher, and every day a classroom. So, when anxiety tries to pull you away, when fear whispers lies, when doubt clouds your vision, pause, breathe, remind yourself, this moment does not define me. I am more than my thoughts, my fears, my emotions. I am the awareness behind them, and that awareness is calm, is peace, is steady. You don't have to fix everything at once. You only have to return to your center again and again. The sage is patient with the world and with themselves. This patience is not passivity. It is strength tempered by wisdom, the strength to accept what cannot be changed, and the wisdom to change what can be. This is the practice of a lifetime, a daily commitment to presence and peace. So share this with the important people in your life. Let them know you care about their peace too. Write this in the comments. I choose calm over chaos. I choose my response. Let those words remind you that you hold the key. The key to freedom is not outside you. It is within. You are becoming the sage who walks softly through life, holding a steady light in the darkest times. You are learning to see clearly, not just what is, but what can be. This clarity will guide you. It will steady you. It will remind you that, no matter how far you stray, you can always return home, to yourself. Every breath is a chance to begin again. Every moment is an invitation to choose peace. And that choice, repeated over time, becomes your nature. You are not a prisoner of circumstance. You are the master of your inner world. This mastery does not come from force, but from surrender, surrendering to the flow of life without losing your footing, walking through storms without losing your calm. This is the art of the Stoic sage. A life lived quietly, with courage and grace, a heart open to the world, but rooted deeply within. So, when life feels heavy, remember, you are not alone. You are becoming, you are growing, and every step, no matter how small, is progress. Keep coming back to your breath. Keep holding space for yourself. Keep choosing calm, because that calm is your strength. That calm is your power. That calm is who you are. You might feel lost sometimes, like the noise outside you and inside you is too much to bear. But being lost is not the end. It is the beginning of the journey inward. The Stoic sage does not fear the unknown. They step toward it with curiosity, knowing that every moment of uncertainty is a chance to grow. Growth is not comfortable. It's often slow. It's messy. It asks us to face parts of ourselves we might rather hide. But it is also where freedom is found. Freedom from the chains of worry. Freedom from the need to control what cannot be controlled. The world will always change. People will come and go. Circumstances will rise and fall. But your inner life, your thoughts, your choices, your responses, can be a place of refuge. This refuge is not built by walls or by running away. It's built by presence. By showing up, even when you don't want to. By listening, even when the silence feels too loud. By choosing, again and again, peace over panic. You don't need control, you need clarity. Clarity is like a lantern in the dark. It doesn't stop the night from coming, but it helps you see the path beneath your feet. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands. Feel the weight, acknowledge the pain, then let it go. Pain is not the enemy. Your reaction to pain is what defines your strength. When hardship comes, remind yourself, this too is part of the journey. It is not here to break you, but to build you. Every challenge is an opportunity to practice wisdom, to practice patience, to practice courage. You are not your mistakes. You are not your fears. You are the awareness that watches them. That awareness is steady. That awareness is calm. Return to it when you feel scattered. Return to it when the world feels too heavy. Return to it when doubt creeps in. It is your anchor. Share this with the important people in your life. Let them know you care about their peace too. Write this in the comments. I am present in my pain. I grow stronger with each breath. Say it slowly. Say it meaningfully. Let it sink in. Because every time you choose presence over avoidance, you are growing into the sage you wish to be. Not perfect, not unshakable, but steady, resilient, rooted. You may feel tired. That is okay. Rest is part of strength. Even the oak tree rests in the winter before growing tall in the spring. Give yourself permission to pause, to breathe, to be. This is not giving up. It is recharging. It is renewing. And when you are ready, you will rise again. With more wisdom, more calm, more clarity. You are becoming. You are unfolding. You are learning the art of peace in a world that often feels loud. And that art is yours to master. So, remember this, you do not walk alone. The Stoics walked before you. Their wisdom is the light that guides you. Their strength is the path you follow. Their peace is the gift you inherit. Let that gift fill you now. Let it remind you that you are capable, that you are worthy, that you are enough. In this moment, right now, the journey of the sage is not about arriving. It is about returning to yourself again and again, to the calm beneath the storm, to the light beyond the darkness, to the peace within the chaos. And in that return, you find your true strength, the strength to face whatever comes next, with courage, with wisdom, with grace. Keep walking, keep breathing, keep choosing calm, because the path of the Stoic sage is the path of presence. And presence is your power. In the stillness, you begin to see what is truly yours. Not the noise around you, not the judgments of others, but the choices within you. You don't have to carry the weight of the world. You don't have to solve everything at once. The Stoic sage understands the power of small steps. Each breath, a moment to return. Each thought, a chance to choose peace. Each action, an expression of your growing strength. You may feel overwhelmed. That is human. But you are also more than your overwhelm. You are the calm observer, the quiet center, the unshakable presence. This presence is your true home. When the world feels like too much, close your eyes and come back to it. Feel the rhythm of your breath. Feel the gentle beating of your heart. Feel the quiet strength beneath it all. You don't need control, you need clarity. Clarity to see clearly where your power lies. Clarity to let go of what is not yours. Clarity to find peace in the present moment. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands. You may not change the storm, but you can learn to move with it. Pain is not the enemy. Your reaction to pain is what defines your strength. When pain comes, acknowledge it without judgment. Feel it fully, then choose how to respond. Choose courage. Choose acceptance. Choose growth. This is the path of the sage. Slow, steady, patient, compassionate. You do not have to do this alone. Share this with the important people in your life. Let them know you care about their peace too. Write this in the comments. I walk gently with myself. I welcome growth with an open heart. Let those words root you deeply, because every choice you make to meet life with openness is a step toward wisdom, toward peace, toward becoming the Stoic sage you aspire to be. You might feel lost right now. That's okay. The sage does not fear being lost. They know that sometimes the path appears only after wandering. Sometimes the journey inward requires silence and stillness. So rest if you need to, pause, breathe, and when you are ready, step forward. Step forward with kindness for yourself. Step forward with patience for the process. Step forward with faith in your resilience. You are growing. You are becoming. You are learning to be at home in your own skin. This is the greatest strength of all. The strength to be yourself, fully, wholly, without apology. Remember, the Stoics did not seek perfection. They sought wisdom. They sought peace. They sought the courage to meet life as it is. So when the noise rises, when doubts creep in, when the weight feels too heavy, return to your breath, return to your calm, return to your truth. And know this, you are enough, right now, just as you are. The journey of the sage is ongoing. It never truly ends, because life is always teaching, always asking us to grow, always inviting us to deepen. And that is a beautiful thing, to be alive, to be learning, to be becoming. So keep choosing calm, keep choosing presence, keep choosing yourself, because you are becoming the sage, a beacon of peace in a restless world, a steady light in uncertain times, a quiet strength that cannot be shaken. And that strength is yours. It lives inside you now, waiting to be embraced, waiting to be shared, waiting to guide you home. Sometimes the world asks too much of you. It demands answers you don't have, pulls you in directions you don't want to go. It fills your mind with noise and your heart with doubt. But the Stoic sage learns to stand steady amidst the storm, not by fighting the wind, but by feeling it, letting it move around them, and holding firm at their center. There is a space inside you that no storm can reach. It is quiet. It is calm. It is vast. You don't have to create it. It is already there. Your journey is to return to it, to quiet the chatter, to soften the resistance, to breathe fully into the present. In this space, you find clarity. You don't need control, you need clarity. Clarity to understand what is truly yours to carry and what belongs to the world beyond your hands. Clarity to release expectations, to accept uncertainty, to embrace what is. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands. Notice how resistance only tightens your grip and increases your suffering. Notice how acceptance opens your hands and frees your spirit. Pain is not the enemy. Your reaction to pain is what defines your strength. The sage does not seek to avoid pain. They seek to meet it with courage, to learn from it, to transform it. When pain comes, invite it in. Listen to what it has to teach. Then let it go, because you are more than your pain. You are the presence that holds it. This presence is your power. Share this with the important people in your life. Let them know you care about their peace too. Write this in the comments. I open my heart to strength through stillness. I choose presence over fear. Speak these words slowly. Feel the truth behind them, because every moment you choose presence, you grow stronger, wiser, more free. You may feel weary. That is natural. Even the strongest among us need rest. Rest is not weakness. It is necessary. It is the soil where strength grows deeper. Allow yourself to rest without guilt. Breathe deeply. Sink into stillness. Know that in these quiet moments, you are building the foundation for lasting peace. You are becoming the Stoic sage. Steady, grounded, unshaken. You do not have to have all the answers. You do not have to carry all the burdens. You only have to show up, to be present, to choose calm. Each day, each breath, each moment. This is the true practice, the true mastery, the true path to freedom. Remember, you are never alone on this journey. The wisdom of the Stoics is your companion. Their words, your guide. Their strength, your inspiration. And within you lives the same light, the same quiet power, the same calm resilience. Let it shine now. Let it fill you. Let it carry you forward. Because you are becoming. You are unfolding. You are growing into the sage you were always meant to be. There will always be people who mistake your kindness for weakness, but strength is choosing to protect your peace, even if that means walking away. Share this with the important people in your life. Let them know you care about their peace too. Write this in the comments. I honor my kindness, but I protect my boundaries. Sometimes you give and give and give until there's nothing left of you but quiet exhaustion. You wonder if maybe the world would treat you better, if you were a little colder, a little harder, but that's not who you are. Kindness is not the problem. Being good is not the flaw. The flaw is believing that to be good, you must accept being used. The flaw is thinking that love means saying yes to what hurts you. Stoicism doesn't ask you to stop caring. It asks you to care with wisdom, to give not endlessly but intentionally. You don't need control, you need clarity. Not everyone deserves the version of you that bends to make others feel strong. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands. Let people misunderstand you. Let them expect more than you can offer. Let them call you selfish when you finally say no, because you are not here to carry every weight handed to you. You are not a tool. You are not a shelter for someone else's storms. You are a person, with limits, with needs, with a right to peace. Pain is not the enemy. Your reaction to pain is what defines your strength. So let them go. The ones who only love you when you're convenient. The ones who take your softness and call it stupidity. You can be kind and firm. You can give and protect yourself. You can love and still walk away. You can love and still walk away. That part is hard to accept, because you were taught that walking away means you didn't care enough. That if your heart was truly good, you would endure. Stay longer. Try harder. But that belief is a chain. It wraps around your spirit and convinces you that suffering is noble. That tolerance, no matter how painful, is somehow a virtue. But Stoicism teaches us something different. It teaches us that endurance without purpose is not strength, it's self-abandonment. There is a difference between being kind and being a doormat, between being compassionate and being consumed. You are not here to bleed for people who never learned to bandage their own wounds. You are not here to exhaust yourself to prove that you're worthy of love. The truth is, your worth is not something others get to measure. It is not defined by how many times you said yes when you wanted to say no. It's not in how much pain you tolerate in silence. It's in your presence, your courage to grow, your refusal to break when the world asks you to bend too far. Breathe with me for a moment. Inhale deeply, and as you exhale, release the guilt. Release the pressure. You are allowed to protect your space. You are allowed to say, I've done enough. You are allowed to stop rescuing people who refuse to save themselves. You don't owe your peace to anyone. You don't owe your energy to those who drain it without care. And yet, you still carry that fear, don't you? That if you start setting boundaries, people will leave. Let them. Anyone who abandons you for honoring your needs was never truly with you. Anyone who only loves you when you're small, silent, and agreeable was never loving you. They were loving your compliance. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands. Let people be wrong about you. Let them call you difficult. Let them say you've changed. You have changed. You've grown. You've stopped apologizing for things that were never your fault. You've stopped offering parts of yourself to people who only wanted pieces. You are learning that love does not have to mean sacrifice. That real connection never comes at the cost of self-respect. Sometimes the kindest thing you can do is walk away. Not in anger, not in hate, but in love for yourself. You are not responsible for fixing everyone. You are not responsible for making their burdens easier to carry. That's a hard truth, because it feels good to be needed, to be the one who always says yes. But at what cost? How many times will you silence your own pain just to avoid disappointing someone else? You've done enough. You've given enough. Now, it's time to come home to yourself, to sit with your own needs and say, I hear you, to sit with your own heart and say, I see you. You don't need anyone's permission to choose peace. You don't need to earn rest. You don't need to explain why your soul is tired. You just need to honor it. Honor the quiet voice inside you that whispers, this isn't love. That says, you're allowed to want more. And you are. You are allowed to want more. More respect. More reciprocity. More peace. You are allowed to raise your standards. You are allowed to close doors that stay one-sided. And no, that doesn't make you cold. It doesn't make you selfish. It makes you wise. It means you've stopped pouring water into cups that have no bottom. It means you've realized that protecting your energy is not an act of cruelty, but of maturity. You've spent enough time being the bigger person. Now be the balanced person. Be the healed person. Be the person who knows when to stay and when to walk away. Pain is not the enemy. Your reaction to pain is what defines your strength. So sit with your discomfort. Let it speak. Let it teach you. And then let it go. You are not the past. You are not the expectations others placed on you. You are not the version of yourself you created to survive. You are becoming something new, stronger, wiser, calmer. And the more you grow, the more you'll see. Not everyone deserves a seat at your table. Not every request deserves a yes. Not every emotion deserves a response. You get to choose what enters your world. You get to decide how much access people have to your peace. Not because you're unkind, but because you've learned to love yourself enough to say, this is mine, this is sacred, and I will not trade it for temporary approval. So if they call you cold, let them. If they call you distant, let them. If they say you've changed, smile. Because yes, you have. You've stopped abandoning yourself to keep others comfortable. And that is what real strength looks like. You've stopped abandoning yourself to keep others comfortable. And for the first time, you're beginning to understand what peace really feels like. Not the kind of peace that comes from avoiding conflict, but the kind that comes from honoring your truth. You see, when you stop betraying yourself, you stop needing others to validate you. You stop chasing after their comfort at the cost of your clarity. And in that stillness, in that quiet space within, you meet a version of yourself you'd forgotten. The one who doesn't need to be liked by everyone. The one who is done proving their worth. The one who walks away not out of anger, but out of self-respect. It's a different kind of power. Not loud, not forceful, just steady, like an old mountain. Stoicism teaches us this. You don't have to react to everything. You don't have to explain yourself to people who are committed to misunderstanding you. You just have to know who you are. And live from that place. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands. Let go of the need to fix what was never yours to repair. Let go of the guilt they gave you when you finally said enough. Some people will always ask more of you. No matter how much you give, it will never be enough. But here's the truth. That has nothing to do with your value and everything to do with their emptiness. You cannot fill a person who refuses to be whole on their own. You cannot teach someone to cherish you by letting them use you. Your compassion is sacred. Your presence is a gift. Your time is a currency. Spend it wisely. You've carried others for so long. But now, it's time to carry yourself, to nurture yourself, to speak to yourself like someone worth protecting. Because you are. Even when you're tired, even when you've made mistakes, even when your heart feels heavy from loving too much, you are still worthy. You are still whole. You are still allowed to start again. And maybe you'll feel lonely at first. That's okay. Loneliness is not a sign that you're doing it wrong. Sometimes it's just the silence between chapters. Sometimes it's what you feel right before peace settles in. Remember this, you're not losing people. You're losing illusions. You're not falling apart. You're falling into place. And the more you let go, the more space you create for real love, for balanced relationships, for peace that doesn't cost you your health, your joy, or your identity. You don't need to be harsh to have boundaries. You don't need to be cold to be clear. You just need to be honest. With yourself, with others. Say it gently if you want, but say it, this isn't working for me. I need space. I don't have the capacity to give right now. This makes me feel unseen. You don't have to yell to be heard. You don't have to fight to stand firm. Because your energy speaks louder than your words. Your silence can be a sentence. Your absence can be a boundary. And when you choose not to engage, not to argue, not to over-explain, you reclaim your power. It's not weakness to walk away from what drains you. It's not selfish to protect your energy. It's not cruel to stop giving when the giving hurts. That is strength. Quiet, grounded, unshakable. The world will keep testing you. People will keep asking for more. But the question is, will you keep abandoning yourself to meet their expectations? Or will you choose you, even if it's uncomfortable, even if they don't understand, even if they never thank you for the years you spent being their shelter? Because here's something Stoicism reminds us. You were never meant to be everything to everyone. You were only meant to be fully yourself. And in that, there is peace. When you stop performing, stop explaining, stop trying to be what others want, you begin to heal, truly, deeply, quietly. You begin to breathe again. Not the shallow breath of survival, but the deep, grounded breath of someone who is finally safe within themselves. Pain is not the enemy. Your reaction to pain is what defines your strength. So sit with it. Don't run. Don't numb it. Just be with it. And slowly, it will soften. It will teach you. It will pass. Because nothing is permanent. Not the pain. Not the doubt. Not the emptiness. And neither is the version of you that once tolerated all of it. You are evolving, shedding old skins, becoming lighter, clearer, calmer. It may feel unfamiliar, even scary, but it's real, and it's yours. So let yourself become. Let yourself be loved. First by you. Let yourself rest. You don't have to earn that anymore. You never did. Some days you'll feel stronger. Some days you'll feel like you're slipping back. That's not failure. That's healing. It's not linear. It's layered. It spirals. And every time it returns, you respond with a little more clarity, a little more strength, a little more love for yourself. This is how you rebuild. Not all at once, but moment by moment, choice by choice, boundary by boundary. Every time you say no, when your soul is screaming, not again, you are rewriting a story that told you to always be available, always be helpful, always be the one who carries the weight. But you're not here to carry others at the expense of your own spine. You're not here to bleed compassion for those who never even tried to understand your heart. There is strength in giving, but also there is strength in stopping the cycle, stopping the guilt, stopping the need to make everyone else okay. before you've made space for your own breath. You don't need to feel bad for changing. You're not who you were, and that's something to celebrate, not apologize for. Let them say you've changed. Let them say you're different. Let them feel uncomfortable as you grow. That's not your burden. You are not required to stay small so others stay secure. You are not required to keep shrinking so their egos stay intact. Stoicism doesn't ask you to be emotionless. It asks you to master your emotions, not let them master you. It teaches you that your value doesn't come from how much pain you endure, but from how deeply you know yourself in the storm. You are the calm. You are the steady hands on your own shoulders. You are the voice that says, I am enough, even if they don't see it. Because peace is not something others can give you. It's something you protect. Something you build with every honest no. Every boundary. Every time you walk away from a conversation that tries to make you doubt yourself. You don't need their permission to be free. You only need your own. Some people will call you distant now, colder, harder, but what they're really seeing is a version of you they can't control anymore. You're not harder. You're wiser. You're not distant. You're discerning. You're not cold. You're conserving your warmth for people who truly feel it. And that shift, that change in energy, that's your healing becoming visible. You don't explain your peace. You live it. You don't prove your worth. You embody it. You don't chase closure from people who ran from accountability. You give yourself the closure by standing still, by breathing deep, by saying, I deserve more than this, and meaning it. You don't need closure when you have clarity. You don't need revenge when you have release. Let it go. Let them go. Let the old roles, the old stories, the old expectations fall away. You are not who you were when you accepted that kind of treatment. You are not here to be everyone's healer, fixer, forgiver, savior. You are here to walk your own path with grace, with strength, with boundaries. And if they don't like the new you, that's okay. Because the real you, the healed you, is finally showing up. Not to please, not to perform, but to live. So choose peace over guilt. Choose space over resentment. Choose your truth over their comfort. And when it gets hard, and it will, remind yourself, you are not abandoning them. You are returning to you. You're remembering the sound of your own voice. You're remembering what it feels like to be held. Not by others, but by your own presence. That's where freedom begins. That's where peace finds you. In your own hands. In your own heart. You are not too much. You never were. You were just in spaces too small for your honesty, too afraid of your boundaries, too dependent on your silence. But that time is over. And now, you are home. Not in a place, not in a person, but in yourself. So keep going. Even if the road is quiet, even if your voice shakes, even if it feels unfamiliar. Because every step you take in self-respect is a step away from the pain that shaped you, and a step toward the peace that is waiting for you. Let your kindness be powerful, not passive. Let your love have roots, not just wings. And let your boundaries be sacred. They are not walls. They are doors. Doors that lead to the life you actually want. With people who understand the value of a full, whole, healed you. You've given enough. Now, it's your turn to receive. And you begin by receiving yourself. Maybe you've been taught that kindness is saying yes. That love is always being available. That strength is never making others uncomfortable. But those ideas, they're not truth. They're survival masks, and you're allowed to take them off now. Stoicism whispers, you don't owe your peace to anyone who only shows up when they need something. You don't need to explain the boundaries you build to protect your heart. They're not walls. They're respect in physical form. And here's something to hold close. The right people won't be repelled by your boundaries. They'll feel honored by them. Because when you stop overextending, you begin healing. When you stop people-pleasing, you start truth-living. You've spent so long caring for others, you may have forgotten what it feels like to be cared for. Genuinely, quietly, without expectation, without debt. And that's okay. Because today, right now, you begin again. You're learning that it's not selfish to choose yourself. It's sacred. It's necessary. It's wise. There's no virtue in allowing others to drain you. No nobility in saying, "I'm fine," when your soul is begging for rest. You are allowed to say, "I am not available for this energy anymore," and walk away, not with anger, but with love for yourself. Let them think what they want. Let them call you what they need to make sense of your strength. They don't have to understand your healing. They don't need to approve your growth. Because your life is not a group project. It's yours. Yours to protect. Yours to design. Yours to live. And as you continue to honor your peace, you may notice something strange. It gets quiet. Fewer calls. Fewer texts. Fewer invitations. But that's not loneliness. That's space. Space for people who speak your language. Who don't just take, but give. Who don't just want your light, but protect it. Who don't just hear you, but see you. And when you find them, or when they find you, it won't feel like effort. It will feel like breathing, because they won't try to shrink you. They'll hold space for the full version of you. The unfiltered, unedited, finally at home version of you. So don't settle for scraps of affection just to feel needed. Don't twist yourself into versions that fit into places you've outgrown. You're not here to be used. You're not here to fix the broken at the cost of your own healing. You're here to live fully, to feel deeply, to rest freely, to rise again with dignity and peace. There is no award for self-abandonment, no medal for exhaustion, no trophy for being the most self-sacrificing in the room. But there is quiet joy in choosing yourself, in saying yes only when it's true, in saying no without guilt, in sitting with your own soul and saying, "I've got you." You don't need their validation. You've got your own voice now. You've got your own truth. You've got your own compass. Let the storm pass. Let the noise fade. Let the guilt dissolve. You are not cold, you are careful. You are not selfish, you are healing. You are not mean, you are honest. And the more honest you become, the more peace you'll feel. Even if it's quiet at first. Even if it's lonely at first. Even if it's unfamiliar. Stay with it. Because what's growing now is the kind of strength that doesn't shake when others try to test it. The kind of peace that doesn't crumble under pressure. The kind of self-love that no longer needs permission to exist. You've lived enough chapters in someone else's story. Now it's time to write your own. A story where your kindness is not a currency, where your help is not a leash, where your love is not a burden. A story where peace is the standard, where presence is the gift, where silence is not a punishment, but a sanctuary. So breathe and keep going. You're not behind. You're not too late. You're exactly where your healing needed you to be. Right here, right now, choosing yourself over and over again. You don't need to prove anything. You don't need to earn rest. You don't need to be everything for everyone anymore. You only need to be whole for yourself. That's enough. It always was. There's something sacred about the moment you finally say, "I've given enough, and now I give to myself." It doesn't need to be loud. It doesn't need to be explained. It just needs to be real. And if you've ever wondered why it hurts so much to set boundaries, it's because you were raised to believe that love means sacrifice. That being good means being available, no matter the cost. But here's the truth. Being good to others should never mean being cruel to yourself. You are not a lifeboat. You are not a therapist for people who refuse to heal. You are not responsible for carrying the emotional weight of everyone around you. And when you start letting go of that, when you start returning all that energy back into yourself, that's not weakness. That's wisdom. The Stoics knew this. They knew that peace isn't found in pleasing everyone, but in aligning your actions with your values. You don't need to say yes when everything in you says no. You don't need to be liked by everyone. You just need to be honest with yourself. You just need to choose integrity over approval. Because approval fades, but self-respect stays. Listen closely. If someone only values you when you're convenient, that's not love. That's access. And you get to take that access away. Not with bitterness, not with rage, but with stillness. The kind of stillness that says, "I will no longer betray myself for connection." And maybe that means you spend more time alone. But solitude isn't punishment, it's protection. In the quiet, you learn how to hear your own thoughts again. In the space, you start remembering what it means to feel safe with yourself. You start realizing you don't need to perform. You don't need to prove. You don't need to pour from an empty cup. You're not obligated to keep giving to people who only show up with empty hands. And if that feels selfish to you, it's only because you've been taught to center others at your own expense. But that cycle ends with you. You don't have to rescue people who refuse to swim. You don't have to explain your worth to those who choose not to see it. And you definitely don't have to keep breaking your back to earn crumbs of kindness. It's okay to ask, who waters me? Who checks on me? Who listens when I speak? Not just waits to reply? If the answer is no one, then maybe it's time to stop calling those people your people. Because the truth is, you are allowed to outgrow those who never grew with you. You are allowed to choose peace over proximity, healing over history, clarity over comfort. And here's what Stoicism teaches in those moments. You don't need control, you need clarity. You don't need to fix others, you need to be faithful to your own path. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands. Not everything is yours to carry. Not every cry is your responsibility. Not every problem is your puzzle to solve. You are allowed to let go. Let go of being needed. Let go of being perfect. Let go of being praised. You are not the glue that holds everyone else together. And you're not broken for wanting to feel whole. Hear me when I say, you can be kind and still say no. You can be generous and still have limits. You can love deeply and still walk away from what harms you. That's not contradiction. That's balance. That's wisdom. That's courage. You've given your time, your energy, your heart. Now it's time to give yourself, fully, without guilt, without shame. Breathe here, because you're safe now. You're home, not in a place, but in a decision. The decision to return to you, to trust that you're enough, even when no one is clapping, even when no one is asking, even when no one notices. This peace you're learning to protect, it's worth it. It may cost you a few relationships. It may cost you a reputation for being too distant. It may cost you some comfort. But what it gives you is priceless. It gives you back your breath, your time, your voice, your truth. And no one gets to take that from you again. You don't need to argue. You don't need to prove. You don't need to beg to be seen. You only need to be honest with yourself, and brave enough to follow that honesty wherever it leads. Even if it's away from people you once called home. Even if it's into the unknown. Even if it's quiet. Because quiet is not empty. Quiet is where the healing happens. Quiet is where the power grows. Quiet is where the real you gets to breathe again. And that's the you I'm speaking to now. The you who's still here, still listening, still holding on even with trembling hands. You're not too soft. You're not too sensitive. You're not too much. You've just spent too long in spaces that couldn't hold you. But you're learning now. And with every breath, you're coming back to yourself. So stay. Not for them. Not for what they need. But for you. Because you're worth staying for. There's a moment in every person's life when they realize, I've been giving out pieces of myself, and now I don't know what's left. If that's where you are, exhausted, stretched thin, quietly aching inside while smiling on the outside, then I want to remind you, there is no prize for being the one who gives the most and receives the least. There is no medal for enduring mistreatment in silence. And there is no virtue in letting people drain you simply because they're used to your kindness. Kindness is a gift, not a contract. You are allowed to stop being available for people who only knock on your door when they need something. You are allowed to say, I matter too, not later, not someday, now. And yes, it may feel foreign at first, uncomfortable even, because your nervous system has learned to flinch at the thought of disappointing others. But that's not your truth, that's your conditioning. You've been taught that your worth is connected to your usefulness, that to be loved you must bend, shrink, endure. But Stoicism teaches us something else. You don't need to be everything for everyone. You only need to be aligned with your inner values. You only need to stand where your peace stands. And if that means saying no, then let no be the most loving word you speak. Because saying no to others is sometimes the only way to say yes to yourself. It's not rejection, it's protection. You are protecting your time, your energy, your mental space, your sacred emotional balance. And it's okay if some people don't understand. Let them misunderstand you. You were not born to be understood by everyone. You were born to be real with yourself. And here's what's real. You're tired, not just physically, but emotionally, spiritually, tired of being the reliable one, the listener, the fixer, the one who's always okay, even when you're breaking inside. So what happens if, for once, you stop performing? What happens if you give yourself permission to feel, to rest, to pause, to ask yourself, what do I need right now? Without guilt, what happens is this. You begin the journey home, back to your center, back to your strength, back to your clarity. Because when you strip away the noise, the demands, the obligations, what's left is a quiet, powerful knowing. You are enough. You don't need to earn rest. You don't need to explain your boundaries. You don't need to apologize for honoring your own healing. And maybe, just maybe, the people who truly love you, they'll understand. They won't need you to overextend. They won't celebrate your burnout. They'll see your limits as a sign of your growth, not your rejection. And the ones who don't, let them go. Let them be part of your past. Because every time you hold on to someone who diminishes you, you delay your arrival into wholeness. You are not difficult for needing space. You are not selfish for saying enough. You are not broken for wanting to feel safe. So listen to this truth. You are allowed to walk away from what no longer aligns with your peace. Even if it's someone you love. Even if it's a pattern you've repeated for years. Even if it's terrifying. Because courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the decision to move forward. Anyway. And right now, courage looks like rest. Courage looks like saying no. Courage looks like silence. The kind of silence where healing breathes, where your nervous system can finally exhale, where your mind isn't bracing for the next demand. And in that silence, you might begin to remember, you were not born to be the solution to everyone's chaos. You were born to be whole, still, free from guilt, free from resentment, free from the burden of trying to earn your place. Your place is already yours. You belong even when you're not useful, even when you're not fixing anything, even when you're simply being. So let that be your practice now. Being, not doing, not pleasing, not rescuing, just being. And from that stillness, you'll start to see more clearly who's truly there for you, who listens when you whisper, who stays when you stop performing. And maybe the list is shorter than you expected, but maybe it's more real than it's ever been, and that's enough, because you are not measured by how many people need you. You are measured by how deeply you can be true to yourself, even if no one else claps, even if no one else follows, even if no one else understands. You understand, and that is your compass now. Let the world be loud. Let the expectations swirl. Let the demands knock. You don't have to answer. Not today. Not anymore. Your peace is not up for negotiation. Your time is not public property. Your kindness is not an invitation to be used. Let go of the version of you that allowed that. Not because you were weak, but because you didn't yet know you had a choice. But now, you know, and that knowing changes everything. You don't need to explain yourself. You don't need to fix the discomfort of others. You don't need to keep proving your value. You are the proof. Your breath is the proof. Your boundaries are the proof. Your presence is the proof. So breathe. Let go of the performance. Let go of the guilt. Let go of the idea that you must be all things to all people. Be one thing to yourself. Be honest. Be soft. Be still. You are enough exactly as you are. And this peace you're creating is not selfish. It's sacred. There's a heaviness that comes from constantly giving while hoping someone will notice that you're tired, that you're running on empty, that you're quietly breaking beneath the weight of being the strong one. But here's the truth. Strength isn't about carrying it all without complaint. It's about knowing when to put it down. You don't need to carry other people's expectations just because they handed them to you. You don't have to absorb guilt just because someone else is uncomfortable with your boundaries. Stoicism teaches us something deeply liberating. You are responsible for your choices, not for their reactions. Let that settle. You are not cold for protecting your peace. You are not distant for reclaiming your time. You are not unkind for choosing yourself. This world can be noisy, full of opinions, demands, obligations, but your mind doesn't have to be. Stillness is possible. Even now, especially now, when you feel pulled in every direction, come back to this truth. You don't owe anyone access to you. Your time, your energy, your kindness, they are sacred resources. And sacred things are never handed out casually. It's okay to pause before you give. To ask yourself, do I have the space for this? It's okay to say, not right now. It's okay to say, that doesn't feel right. It's okay to say, nothing at all. Silence is a complete response. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands. And let what remains be what truly belongs. If someone only values you when you say, yes, then they never valued you, they valued your compliance. And you are not here to be compliant. You're here to be whole, to be rooted, to be deeply, unapologetically yourself. No more shrinking, no more bending past your breaking point, no more mistaking tolerance for kindness. Kindness does not mean self-erasure. Kindness does not mean becoming the emotional dumping ground for people who never ask how you're doing. It's not rude to require respect. It's not mean to expect reciprocity. It's not wrong to want peace. And sometimes, peace means walking away even if your voice shakes, because you're not just choosing peace in that moment. You're choosing yourself. And choosing yourself is not abandonment. It's homecoming. You are coming home to the version of you who doesn't need to be rescued, fixed, or reshaped. You are coming home to the stillness that's always been inside, waiting for you beneath the noise. And yes, it will feel strange at first. You may even miss the chaos because chaos can be familiar. But don't confuse familiar with safe. And don't confuse guilt with goodness. You are not bad for needing space. You are not broken for being sensitive to energy. You are not selfish for protecting your heart. You are simply becoming honest. And honesty is the beginning of all healing. It's the voice that whispers, "This is enough. I am enough. I no longer need to prove anything." So rest in that. Let yourself breathe deeper. Let yourself say no without over-explaining. Let yourself cancel plans without guilt. Let yourself take up space without apology. Let yourself matter, not because of what you give to others, but because of who you are when you're finally still. And when doubt creeps in, because it will, remember this: you don't need to earn love. Love that must be earned isn't love. It's performance. Real love, whether from friends, partners, or yourself, honors who you are, not what you provide. So give yourself the kind of love you've been pouring into everyone else. Give yourself patience. Give yourself softness. Give yourself room to grow, to stumble, to rest. Let your inner voice sound like encouragement, not criticism. Let your inner home feel safe, not like another battlefield. Because life is already full of challenges. You shouldn't have to fight for peace inside your own soul. You shouldn't have to argue with yourself to take a break. You shouldn't feel like you're betraying others when you're finally loyal to yourself. Stoicism isn't about suppressing emotion. It's about understanding it. It's not about becoming cold. It's about becoming clear. You don't need control, you need clarity. And clarity begins when you stop saying yes out of fear, when you stop showing up out of obligation, when you stop smiling while silently unraveling. Clarity sounds like, I can love people and still say no. I can care deeply and still protect myself. I can be kind without being used. That's not selfish. That's sovereignty. That's maturity. That's emotional strength. And here's the quiet miracle. The more you honor your boundaries, the more energy you'll have to love from a place of abundance, not depletion. You'll no longer be giving just to survive. You'll be giving because your cup is full, not because you're trying to be enough. And that's when kindness becomes real, not a transaction, not a mask, not a duty, but a choice, one that nourishes both you and the ones who receive it. Because when you're rooted in peace, your love becomes stronger, your silence becomes powerful, your no becomes healing, and your presence becomes a sanctuary, not just for others, but finally, for yourself. Sometimes we wear kindness like armor. We smile, even when we're tired. We agree, even when we disagree. We help, even when we're breaking inside. And we tell ourselves, this is who I am. I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to seem ungrateful. I don't want to be the reason someone feels unloved. But what about you? Who carries you when you're the one who always says yes? Who asks how you're doing when you've become the one everyone leans on? There is beauty in being kind, but there is freedom in being honest. Stoicism invites us to ask a powerful question. Am I living in alignment or in exhaustion? Because kindness, when disconnected from boundaries, becomes something else. It becomes people-pleasing. It becomes self-abandonment. It becomes a silent cry for love disguised as constant giving. But love doesn't demand that you disappear. Real love, real connection, begins when you stop trying to be everything for everyone and start being true to yourself. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands. And let what stays be chosen, not forced. Sometimes the most courageous thing you can do is to say, this isn't working for me anymore, or I need space, or simply, I matter too, because you do. You always have. But maybe somewhere along the way, you learned that your worth was tied to your usefulness, to your patience, to your ability to make everyone else feel good, even if you felt like breaking. It's time to let go of that weight. It's not yours anymore. You are allowed to protect your peace. You are allowed to stop over-explaining. You are allowed to take a different path, even if no one understands it but you. You don't need to convince others in order to be clear. Clarity doesn't require consensus, only courage. You are not cruel for having limits. You are not distant for needing silence. You are not broken for wanting more than just survival. You are simply becoming whole, and wholeness asks for truth, even when that truth is uncomfortable, even when that truth means disappointing someone. Disappointment is not the same as harm. You can disappoint someone and still be a good person. You can say no and still be loving. You can walk away and still wish them well. Because peace isn't just found in still moments. It's found in honest decisions. It's found in the way you choose yourself over and over without guilt. It's found in the way you stop chasing approval and start standing in your own presence. There will always be people who want more than you can give. But that is not your burden to carry. You were not born to constantly repair what others break. You were not born to hold together relationships with your silence. You were born to live deeply, authentically, freely. So take a breath right now, a long, full, grounded breath, and ask yourself, what do I need to release today? What weight have I been carrying just to make others comfortable? What part of me is still waiting for permission to be free? You don't have to be everything. You just have to be you fully and with peace. You don't need control, you need clarity. You don't need to keep fixing, you need to feel. You don't need their constant approval. You need your own inner respect. And that respect is built in silence. In saying, I've done enough today. In saying, I choose peace, even if they don't understand. In saying, my time, my energy, and my heart matter. This is not selfish. This is sacred. And maybe, just maybe, this is the beginning of a new way of being. One where your kindness doesn't come at the cost of your well-being. One where your gentleness includes yourself. One where your strength is no longer measured by how much you can endure, but by how gently you can protect your soul. Because pain is not the enemy. Your reaction to pain is what defines your strength. And sometimes the most powerful response isn't to endure, but to let go, to finally say, I love you, but I won't sacrifice myself for this. I care, but not at the expense of my mental peace. I'm here, but not as a version of myself that feels small or silenced. You deserve to take up space, to take your time, to take care of your heart without apology. No more guilt, no more proving, no more pleasing your way into love that was never really safe to begin with. Just truth, just quiet, just peace. And in that peace, you'll hear it again. That still voice, the one you may have forgotten. You are enough. You are allowed. You are free. You've given so much of yourself to others. Time, energy, understanding, patience. And for a while it felt good, felt right, felt like love. But love that always drains you isn't love. Kindness that leaves you empty isn't kindness. Giving that asks you to disappear isn't noble. It's time to return to you. Stoicism teaches us something gentle and firm at the same time, that you are not responsible for how others feel about your boundaries. Read that again slowly. You are not responsible for how others feel about your boundaries. Your peace is not a gift you owe to anyone. It's something you protect with care, with clarity, with courage. And courage doesn't always roar. Sometimes courage is quiet. It's the quiet no, the quiet pause, the quiet choice to not explain yourself anymore. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands, and hold on to only what feels aligned. Think of the energy you've spent keeping the peace, avoiding conflict, making excuses for those who never show up for you the way you show up for them. And now ask yourself, what could that energy create if you gave it back to yourself? What could grow in the space where resentment used to live? What could bloom when you stop watering what was never your responsibility? You don't need control, you need clarity. And clarity says, my love is not endless. It has limits, and that's okay. My forgiveness is not a free pass to be mistreated. My silence is not consent. When you let others walk all over your kindness, you are not being strong, you are being erased. And you were never meant to be erased. You were meant to be seen, to be respected, to be honored first by yourself and then by those who are capable of doing the same. Kindness does not mean saying yes when your heart screams no. It means choosing honesty, even when it's uncomfortable. It means protecting your energy, even if it disappoints someone. It means staying in integrity with yourself. You can still be kind and say no. You can still care and walk away. You can still love and not tolerate disrespect. Because love is not about shrinking to be accepted. It's about expanding into your truth. And your truth might not be convenient for others, but it will always set you free. Some people will only love the version of you that says yes. Some will only stay when you're agreeable, soft-spoken, and self-sacrificing. But your peace cannot depend on their approval. There will be moments, quiet ones, when you realize you've been making yourself small just to fit into places you've outgrown. When that moment comes, breathe. And remember, you don't have to prove anything. You don't have to fight to be valued. You don't have to give more than what feels safe, true, and right for you. You are allowed to leave the table when respect is no longer being served. Not with anger, not with drama, but with stillness, with deep inner strength. Because you've learned something essential, that strength is not measured by how much you tolerate, but by how clearly you protect your peace. So today, maybe for the first time in a long time, let yourself receive what you've always given so freely: patience, understanding, time, gentleness, space, love, real love without condition. And give yourself this quiet affirmation: I choose to be kind without abandoning myself. Say it softly, say it with breath, say it until your soul believes it. You deserve rest, you deserve boundaries, you deserve the kind of life that feels like home inside your own heart. Not one built on constant pleasing, constant giving, constant explaining, but one built on calm, clarity, and quiet joy. So when someone questions your limits, you don't have to fight back. You don't even have to explain. You can simply smile and say, this is what's right for me, and that's enough. No anger, no guilt, no fear, just peace. Because that's what Stoic strength is. It's not loud, it's not cold, it's not distant. It's warm, grounded, and unwavering. It's the soft, firm voice that says, I don't need to be everything for everyone. I just need to be true to myself. And when you do that, when you choose truth over approval, calm over chaos, boundaries over burnout, you return home to yourself. You realize you are not here to fix others. You are here to love wisely. And that wisdom starts with you. You're not selfish for choosing yourself. You're simply no longer available for being drained. You are not cruel for stepping back. You're simply choosing peace. You are not difficult for having standards. You're simply done accepting crumbs. And that is your power. No more justifying your kindness. No more dimming your light to be loved. No more stretching yourself thin to hold everyone else together. You've earned your peace. Now let yourself live in it. There is nothing wrong with being kind. But there is something deeply wrong with being kind to everyone, except yourself. How many times have you smiled while your heart ached? Said it's fine when it wasn't? Stayed when everything in you wanted to leave? That's not compassion. That's self-abandonment. And the world doesn't need more people who abandon themselves in the name of being nice. It needs people who know how to stand tall in their truth and still choose kindness with discernment. Stoicism isn't about turning cold. It's not about detaching from love or emotion. It's about learning when to let go and when to stay grounded. It's about learning that peace doesn't mean pleasing, that kindness doesn't mean compliance, that love doesn't mean losing yourself. There is a quiet kind of strength in saying, no, I don't accept that. No, that doesn't work for me. No, I won't continue like this. And not because you're angry, but because you're awake. You've woken up to the truth that your time is sacred, that your energy is finite, that your well-being matters. And the moment you accept that truth, you begin to walk differently through the world. You stop rushing to fix everything for everyone. You stop chasing people who don't notice when you're gone. You stop offering pieces of yourself to those who've never once earned your trust. Instead, you slow down. You breathe deeper. You listen more closely to your own soul. And you begin to realize you don't owe anyone access to your energy just because they ask for it. You don't owe anyone forgiveness just because they apologize. You don't owe anyone a version of you that is always available, always soft, always yielding. You are not a rescue service. You are not an emotional landfill. You are not a tool for other people's comfort. You are a human being with needs, with limits, with value. And the people who truly care about you will honor that. They won't guilt you for needing space. They won't shame you for saying no. They won't punish you for having boundaries. They'll adjust. They'll listen. They'll grow with you or grow away from you. And that's okay, because growth always comes with shedding. Stoic wisdom reminds us, you don't lose people when you choose your peace. You lose illusions. You lose unhealthy attachments. You lose the belief that you have to earn love by suffering. Let that belief go. Let it fall away, like old skin. Let it drift out of your body with every exhale. Because you don't have to be anyone's savior. You don't have to fix what's not yours. You don't have to hold everything together. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is let go. Let go of needing to be understood. Let go of trying to explain. Let go of hoping they'll change. And instead return to your center, where the waters are calm, where the storms can't reach, where your soul remembers who it is. You don't need control. You need clarity. And clarity will always whisper, protect your peace, honor your truth, love, without losing yourself. That's not selfish. That's sacred. When you live like this, when you no longer apologize for protecting your soul, you begin to attract people who speak that same language. People who don't ask you to shrink. People who don't guilt you for your growth. People who celebrate your boundaries because they have their own. This is the life you're meant to build. A life where your kindness is respected, where your no is accepted, where your peace is non-negotiable. You don't have to prove anything anymore. You don't have to perform. You don't have to please. You just have to be rooted. Rooted in your calm. Rooted in your clarity. Rooted in the truth that you are not here to be consumed. You are here to live with intention. So give yourself permission to pause, to rest, to stop overgiving. And in that pause, you'll hear it, the soft voice inside you, the one that always knew, I am allowed to protect my heart. I am allowed to start again. I am allowed to choose myself. Let that be your new baseline. Not exhaustion, not resentment, not regret, but peace. The kind that doesn't need to be earned. The kind that doesn't need to be explained. Just peace. Because you said so. And when you feel the pull to give too much again, when old habits whisper that you're being cold or distant or selfish, take one breath, just one. And remember, the world will not collapse if you rest. They will not fall apart if you say no. You are not abandoning anyone by choosing balance. You're simply living with wisdom. You are walking the Stoic path. Firm, gentle, clear. And on this path, you don't lose yourself. You come home. Sometimes, you give so much that you forget what it feels like to receive. Not because people don't care, but because you've made it look so easy to carry everything. And that's where the exhaustion lives. In the quiet expectations. In the silent hope that someone one day will notice how tired you are, without you having to say a word. But here's a truth most people don't tell you. Being constantly available is not noble. Being endlessly kind is not heroic. Being the one who never complains doesn't make you strong. It just makes you silent. And silence is where burnout grows. Stoic wisdom teaches us, it's not your job to suffer for others. It's not your duty to remain kind at the expense of your own dignity. And it's not your destiny to be everything for everyone. There's a difference between being kind and being consumed. There's a difference between generosity and self-erasure. And the moment you start noticing that difference, you begin to reclaim your power. You start saying things like, I hear you, but I need time to think. I care about you, but I have to step back. This matters to me, but not more than my well-being. And yes, at first it will feel unnatural. You might even feel guilty, because you've been trained, not taught, but trained to put yourself last, to serve, to sacrifice, to be liked. But being liked is not the same as being respected. And being needed is not the same as being seen. Real respect comes when people know your boundaries and honor them. Real love begins when you stop hiding your truth, just to keep the peace. Because here's something your soul has been aching to hear. You don't owe anyone a version of yourself that's always pleasing. You don't owe your silence to keep things comfortable. You don't owe your energy to every person who demands it. You are not selfish for needing space. You are not cruel for drawing a line. You are not heartless for protecting your spirit. You are wise. And wisdom looks like this: choosing your battles, conserving your energy, valuing your peace more than your performance. You are allowed to outgrow people. You are allowed to walk away from roles you never chose. You are allowed to stop setting yourself on fire to keep others warm. This is what it means to practice Stoicism. Not to shut yourself off from the world, but to stop letting the world shake your core. To stop giving away your center in exchange for temporary approval. And yes, you will lose people along the way, but you won't lose anything that's meant for the real you, the you who is no longer willing to be drained. You don't need to be cruel to be clear. You don't need to yell to be firm. You don't need to explain your boundaries to make them valid. You simply need to live them. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands. Let the guilt pass. Let the fear pass. Let the pressure to be perfect pass. And feel what remains. Feel the calm in your chest. Feel the return of your breath. Feel the quiet power of saying, I choose me, not because you're better than anyone, but because you've finally remembered that you matter too. And in that remembering, something soft begins to grow. A kind of love that doesn't drain you. A kind of kindness that includes you. A kind of peace that doesn't rely on others doing the right thing. Because you're no longer waiting. You're no longer hoping they'll see you. You're no longer shrinking to fit into their comfort zones. You are expanding. And with that expansion comes a sacred clarity. You can care without carrying. You can help without hurting. You can love without losing. This is your new truth. No more pleasing for survival. No more giving from emptiness. No more enduring what breaks you just to keep someone else whole. You are not here to be everything to everyone. You are here to be deeply, unapologetically, completely yourself. And that self is worth protecting. So the next time someone says you've changed, smile gently and say, I've returned. Returned to your center. Returned to your calm. Returned to the truth that your peace is precious, and it is not up for debate. And when the old patterns return, because they will, pause, just pause, and breathe, and choose differently. Choose honesty over harmony. Choose rest over rushing. Choose depth over drama. This is how you begin again. Not loudly, not dramatically, but with soft, deliberate choices. Choices that say, I don't owe you my energy. I don't have to justify my boundaries. I trust myself now. That is Stoic strength. The quiet, grounded power of a person who no longer needs to explain themselves, because they've already chosen peace. There is a moment, a quiet, almost invisible moment, when you begin to notice that the people around you are more comfortable with the version of you that says yes too often. The version that gives without limits, that forgives without question, that smiles even when your soul feels heavy. And when that moment comes, it shakes something inside of you. Because suddenly, you're not angry at them. You're disappointed in yourself. Not because you were kind, but because you forgot to be kind to yourself too. That's the paradox, isn't it? You thought strength meant being the one who never says no. You thought love meant letting people lean on you no matter how tired you are. You thought peace meant avoiding confrontation, even when it eats you up inside. But now you're seeing the truth. Stoicism doesn't ask you to be cold. It doesn't ask you to build walls. It asks you to stand calm and clear in who you are and what you will no longer tolerate. Because you can only fake being okay for so long. Eventually, the weight shows up in your body, in your tired eyes, in the sighs that linger longer than they should, in the moments you feel resentment creep in, not because others are cruel, but because you've abandoned yourself to keep them comfortable. Listen closely. It is not noble to be the one who suffers in silence. It is not strength to ignore your needs until you collapse. It is not love to let people take from you, again and again without ever giving back. You have to teach people how to treat you, and that lesson begins when you stop pretending you're okay with being used. Not everyone deserves access to you. Let me say that again. Not everyone deserves access to you. Not everyone who needs you deserves you. Not everyone who likes you respects you. Not everyone who praises your goodness protects your peace. And that's where Stoic wisdom becomes your compass. Because Stoicism reminds you, you don't need control. You need clarity. Clarity about who you are. Clarity about what matters. Clarity about when to give and when to step away. There is no virtue in being a doormat. There is no honor in self-betrayal. There is no peace in constantly performing goodness for people who would never do the same for you. Let them be uncomfortable. Let them wonder why you've changed. Let them sit with their own discomfort. You are not responsible for their reaction. You are responsible for your alignment. You are allowed to walk away from people who confuse your kindness with weakness. You are allowed to stop entertaining those who only show up when they need something. You are allowed to protect your joy like it's the rarest thing in the world, because it is. And here's what will happen. Slowly but surely, your energy will come back. Your mind will feel lighter. You'll breathe differently, deeper, and you'll wonder why you ever gave so much to those who gave you so little in return. This is not selfishness. This is self-respect. This is the moment you return to yourself. The moment you begin to honor the sacred space of your own being. Because not everyone should have front row seats to your life. Not everyone should be able to reach into your soul just because they knock. There's a word that Stoics used often, eudaimonia. It means human flourishing, a life of virtue, of depth, of peace. But you cannot flourish in a garden where everything beautiful is constantly being picked and never replanted. You must become the gardener now, of your space, of your soul, of your limits. Let your no be sacred. Let your time be precious. Let your kindness be intentional, not automatic. Because you deserve to be as gentle with yourself as you've been with everyone else. And maybe today is the day you finally realize you are not too much. You are not hard to love. You are simply no longer available for relationships that thrive on your silence. That's not bitterness. That's wisdom. And from that wisdom, new boundaries are born. Boundaries that sound like, I love you, and I still need space. I care, and I won't do this anymore. I'm here, but not at the expense of myself. Say it softly. Say it firmly. Say it until your voice stops shaking. Because peace is not something you wait for. It's something you choose. And today, you choose peace over approval. You choose respect over performance. You choose alignment over obligation. This is your new rhythm. And though it may feel unfamiliar at first, though the guilt may rise and try to pull you back, you will learn to stand still in your truth, to breathe, to trust, to release. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands, and feel the strength that was waiting for you all along. Not in being the good one, not in being the reliable, self-sacrificing one, but in being whole, being honest, being real. This is the beginning of something sacred, and it starts with one quiet decision. I will not abandon myself just to be accepted by others. There will always be people who try to shake you, break you, or pull you into their storm, but true strength is learning to remain the calm within it. Share this with the important people in your life. Let them know you care about their peace too. Write this in the comments. My power is in my pause. I breathe before I break. There was a time when every harsh word cut deep. When silence from someone I cared about made me question my worth. When disappointment felt like a weight pressing on my chest. But then I learned something that changed everything. Stoicism taught me this. You do not have to absorb everything the world throws at you. Emotional untouchability doesn't mean you stop feeling. It means you stop surrendering your peace to what's outside of you. You don't need control, you need clarity. Not every battle is yours to fight. Not every opinion needs a response. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands. There is quiet power in choosing not to react. Someone insults you? Let it go. Their words reflect their state, not your truth. Plans fall apart? Breathe. Trust your response more than the outcome. You're misunderstood? Let it be. The need to be seen is not greater than the need to stay still inside. Pain is not the enemy. Your reaction to pain is what defines your strength. You are allowed to feel. You're allowed to cry. But never forget the storm is temporary. And you are not the storm. You are the mountain beneath it. Still, steady, unmoved. So many of us live as if our worth depends on things we cannot hold. Approval, applause, affection that comes and goes like the tide. But what if I told you that nothing anyone does, or fails to do, can make you less whole? You are not your job. You are not your relationship. You are not your past. The world might try to define you by those things, but Stoicism reminds you, you are who you choose to be in silence when no one is watching. And in that space, you are already enough. The mind can become a prison, full of what-ifs, regrets, fears. But freedom begins when you say, this moment is all I truly own, and I will meet it with presence. Let today be the day you stop arguing with what is. Let it be the day you choose inner stillness over outer noise. It's easy to be calm when life is kind, but when life is sharp, unfair, unpredictable, that's when real peace is forged. Think of a river, how it flows around the rock, never resisting, never fighting, just moving. Be like that. Flow around what you cannot change. It doesn't mean you're weak. It means you've remembered your power. Because strength is not loud. Strength doesn't always roar. Sometimes it's the quiet decision to let go instead of clench. To breathe instead of break. Let's sit with that. Breathe in and let it go. Breathe in the tension and let it go. The truth is, the world will keep spinning. People will come and go. Some will love you. Some will misunderstand you. Some will hurt you without ever knowing. But what matters most is what you do within yourself. Do you carry resentment like a burning coal, hoping it will hurt someone else, while it only scorches you? Or do you drop it and finally free both of you? You don't forgive for them. You forgive to stop bleeding. Letting go is not forgetting. Letting go is choosing peace over poison. And that's a choice you can make right now. Feel that space inside your chest? The ache that's been there? The tightness? That's where your peace is waiting. Speak softly to yourself. I release what no longer serves me. Say it again. I release what no longer serves me. Because every moment you hold on to something that hurts, you delay your healing. And I know healing isn't easy. Sometimes it's lonely. Sometimes it's quiet. Sometimes it feels like standing still while everyone else rushes ahead. But Stoicism isn't about rushing. It's about staying present, staying anchored, staying you. The next time your thoughts spiral, ask yourself, is this mine to carry? Is this real right now, or just imagined fear? Am I reacting, or am I responding with intention? And if you don't know the answer, pause, because your peace lives in the pause. The breath between reaction and action. The space between the trigger and your truth. That space is everything. Let's go deeper now. Think of someone who hurt you, not to relive the pain, but to recognize what it taught you. Maybe they betrayed you. Maybe they left when you needed them. Maybe they never showed up at all. Whatever it was, that pain carved space inside you. Space for self-respect. Space for boundaries. Space for understanding that their actions were never about your worth. That was their storm. And now you're done standing in the rain. Say this softly. Their choices are not my reflection. I return to myself. Again, I return to myself. You're not cold for setting boundaries. You're not selfish for choosing peace. You're not heartless for walking away from what drained you. You are wise. And wisdom is what Stoicism gifts you. Not armor to close your heart, but clarity to protect it. There is no shame in stillness. There is no guilt in guarding your energy. You do not owe your presence to what brings you pain. Every no you say to chaos is a yes to your own peace. Feel that. Feel how strong you become when you stop needing the world to change. And just change your stance. You were never meant to be tossed around by every wave. You were meant to become the ocean floor. Steady, silent, immovable. Let people think what they think. Let life unfold how it unfolds. You will meet it all with breath and grace. Because no matter what happens, you've already decided, I won't be pulled out of myself again. I won't give my emotions to things I can't control. I'll feel everything, but I won't be ruled by anything. You are free now. You don't need to defend your peace. You just need to live it. Let this be your quiet rebellion. The day you stopped being reactive. The day you stopped bleeding for things that were never yours to fix. And when it gets loud again, because it will, return here, to this breath, to this stillness, to this knowing. I am not what happens to me. I am what I choose to become. Let it echo in your mind until it becomes your nature. Let it root so deeply that even when the world storms around you, you remain untouched. Because you are no longer fighting for peace. You've become it. There's a kind of quiet that doesn't come from silence. It comes from within. A stillness that's not the absence of noise, but the presence of understanding. It's the moment when you stop needing everything to make sense, and finally allow yourself to rest anyway. That's where I want to take you now. Right here, right now. You don't need to solve everything. You don't need to be everything. You just need to be present with what is. The mind will whisper, what if it doesn't work out? What if they leave? What if I fail? But Stoicism responds gently, and what if I survive it anyway? That's the difference. Not in avoiding the pain, but knowing that it cannot destroy you. Not anymore. You've outgrown panic. You've outgrown begging. You've outgrown carrying burdens that were never yours. And I'm proud of you, even if no one has said that in a while. You don't have to hold it all together. You don't have to pretend to be unaffected. You just have to stop feeding what weakens your spirit. Every time you resist reacting, every time you pause instead of explode, Every time you respond with presence instead of pain, you're growing. It may not feel like much, but that's how peace begins. Quietly, softly, without applause. It begins in small, private choices. When no one is watching, that's where character is born. That's where the untouchable strength is shaped. So the next time the world feels like too much, slow down. Put your hand over your heart. Feel it. Still beating. Still here. You made it through every hard day you thought you couldn't. That matters. Don't let a temporary emotion create a permanent identity. You are not your sadness. You are not your mistakes. You are not the way someone failed to love you. You are what you do next. You are how you rise without resentment, how you heal without hardness, how you love again, even after the pain. That's the kind of strength that can't be taken. It lives in your response, not your reaction. In your breath, not your blame. In your stillness, not your struggle. So ask yourself, what am I feeding today? The noise or the peace? Because whatever you feed grows, and you deserve to grow something beautiful inside yourself. This moment is your garden. Plant carefully, plant patience, plant perspective, plant the kind of love that doesn't need permission because it's your birthright. Even if you feel alone, even if you feel broken, even if your life looks nothing like what you hoped it would, you are not failing. You're unfolding. Healing doesn't look like smiling all the time. It looks like showing up when it's hard. It looks like breathing through tears. It looks like not giving up on yourself even when part of you wants to. That's real courage. Not perfection. Presence. The ability to be with what is without judgment, without trying to fix, rush, or numb it. Just sit with it. Sit with the ache. Sit with the discomfort. Sit with the unknown. Let it be. It's not your enemy. It's your teacher. The Stoics knew that pain was never the problem. Attachment was. The need for control. The craving for certainty. The fear of what might come. But what if you surrendered the need to know? What if you trusted yourself to meet whatever happens with grace? You don't need to predict the future. You just need to meet it prepared inside. And you are. More than you realize. You've survived storms your younger self thought would drown you. And yet here you are. Still open. Still trying. Still reaching for peace instead of power. That's noble. That's Stoicism in its truest form. Not in cold detachment, but in warm awareness. You feel the emotions. You just don't become them. You hear the chaos. You just don't let it move in. You live in a world of noise, but you've found a quiet inside yourself that no one can touch. And if you haven't found it yet, it's okay. You will. Starts here, with this breath, this choice, this sacred decision to meet your life, not with resistance, but with reverence. Every moment is an invitation to anchor deeper, to react less, to return to what matters most. And do you know what that is? It's not what they said about you. It's not the title you hold. It's not how busy, productive, or successful you are. It's this: can you be at peace with yourself when there's nothing left to prove? That's the real work. Not outer achievement, but inner alignment. And if it feels far away right now, come closer. You're not broken. You're just tired. Tired of fighting things you can't change. Tired of performing for people who don't see you. Tired of trying to outrun emptiness instead of sitting with it. But what if you didn't run? What if you stopped, sat down, and listened to the still, small voice inside? It's been speaking to you all along. It says, you are safe now. You are allowed to let go. You don't have to earn peace. You just have to stop resisting it. Let that in. Let it settle in your bones like warmth. Let it become the ground you walk on when the world feels uncertain. Because you were never meant to be defined by your emotions. You were meant to learn from them and rise, not reactively, but deliberately, not perfectly, but peacefully. That's the art of Stoicism, the gentle power of presence, the quiet liberation of self-mastery. And it's already inside you. You don't need a new life. You just need a new lens, a new relationship with this moment, with your thoughts, with yourself. Let that begin. Now, you are not late. You are not behind. You are not missing out. You are exactly where life is asking you to begin. Not in the version you imagined, but in the version that teaches you what matters more than control. Peace, clarity, grace under pressure. The Stoics understood something that modern life makes us forget. The most powerful person in the room is the one who is not moved by every noise. The one who listens before reacting, who pauses before judging, who chooses peace before pride. Not because they are weak, but because they are deeply rooted. Rooted in values, not moods. Rooted in discipline, not desire. Rooted in what they can control, their mind, their breath, their actions. And that kind of person becomes emotionally untouchable. Not because they feel nothing, but because they've trained themselves to feel wisely. You see, the storms don't stop, but you stop being thrown by them. The insults still come, but they don't define you. The disappointments still happen, but they don't undo you. The anxiety still whispers, but it no longer commands your attention. Because you've learned, peace is a decision, not a reward, not a feeling, not a product of perfect circumstances. It's a muscle, built one response at a time. And yes, it takes time. But let me ask you this. How long will you carry battles that are already over? How long will you let someone else's chaos rent space in your mind? How long will you postpone your peace, waiting for things to be different? You've earned rest. You've earned silence. You've earned a life that isn't built around emotional survival. You've earned space to breathe, to be, to heal. And you don't need permission. Let go of the guilt. Let go of the illusion that suffering makes you noble. You're allowed to release what weighs you down, even if you carried it for years. Especially if you carried it for years. You're allowed to rebuild slowly. You're allowed to find joy quietly. You're allowed to move on completely. That's not betrayal. That's not selfishness. That's liberation. Stoicism isn't about denying your pain. It's about refusing to become its prisoner. It teaches you to befriend the discomfort, not run from it. To walk through your sorrow, not drown in it. To carry your grief, but not wear it as your identity. And if you can do that, if you can meet the weight with wisdom, you become untouchable. Not because you're above it all, but because you're deeper than it all. There is nothing more powerful than a person who has made peace with themselves. No approval can buy that. No relationship can complete that. No achievement can replace that. Because once you've met yourself fully, in the silence, in the darkness, in the truth of your own thoughts, you stop chasing what was never meant to fill you. You stop begging for what you can now give yourself. Respect, tension, kindness, compassion. You become your own anchor, so no storm can unmoor you again. You become your own mirror, so no outside opinion can distort your worth. You become your own guide, so no path feels truly lost. That is emotional freedom. That is what the Stoics trained for, not indifference, but invincibility of spirit. And it's available to you now, not in some far-off future. Here, this moment, this breath. This is where you stop identifying with your wounds and start remembering your wisdom. This is where you forgive what you couldn't control and start choosing what you can. This is where you stop waiting for peace to arrive and start becoming the one who creates it. Because the most powerful transformation doesn't come from changing your life. It comes from changing your relationship with life. From needing less to appreciating more. From fixing everything to facing everything. From trying to be understood to deeply understanding yourself. Let that truth wash over you. Let it settle where your anxiety once lived. Let it replace the old stories that told you you're not enough. You are, right now, without changing anything, without proving anything. You are enough, and you're stronger than the fear that's trying to distract you. So when the next wave of doubt arrives, welcome it. When the next storm begins to rise, breathe through it. When the next trigger tries to steal your calm, smile inwardly, because you're not afraid anymore. You've sat with your darkness and found your light. You've walked through the fire and didn't lose yourself. You've been cracked open and grew roots instead of scars. That's the real lesson. Stoicism isn't armor. It's alignment. It doesn't numb you. It wakes you up to what really matters. And what matters most is how you respond, not to others, but to yourself. Are you listening gently to your own heart? Are you treating your own mind like sacred ground? Are you showing up for yourself with the patience you give to everyone else? You deserve that. You always have. So from this moment forward, let your thoughts be slow. Let your breath be deep. Let your peace be non-negotiable. Let the chaos come. You no longer need to resist it. You just need to remain still in its presence, like the mountain watching the storm. Let everything that is not yours pass through you. Let everything that is meant for you arrive with grace. And trust, whatever comes, you'll meet it with strength. Whatever leaves, you'll release it with love. Because you're not here to hold everything. You're here to hold yourself. And in doing so, you hold the entire universe. You don't have to respond to everything. Not every message. Not every look. Not every opinion. Silence is not weakness. It is wisdom wearing a soft coat. There's a quiet kind of power in not reacting, in letting someone else be loud, while you remain centered. The world is full of noise, but that doesn't mean you need to echo it. You're not here to match chaos. You're here to rise above it. The Stoics taught, you always own your response. No matter the fire, you can choose not to burn. And that's what makes you emotionally untouchable. Not because you suppress how you feel, but because you know how to hold it gently, without letting it spill into destruction. You've learned to pause before the storm takes over, to breathe instead of break, to observe instead of obey every emotion. And in that pause, that single second of awareness, you reclaim your freedom. You are not your fear. You are the one witnessing it. You are not your anger. You are the one choosing what to do with it. You are not the pain. You are the presence beneath it. And from that space, you can meet life with calm eyes and a steady soul. Because the most dangerous thing isn't the hardship. It's forgetting that you're bigger than it. That you've survived this far not by chance, but by resilience. That every scar is a story of strength you didn't know you had. You've walked through so many endings, and each time you found a new beginning. You've cried quietly, held your breath, endured things you never told anyone, and still here you are, still breathing, still standing, still open to growth. That is strength. Not the loud kind, the sacred kind, the kind that doesn't seek validation, because it knows its value in silence. You don't need to convince anyone of your worth. You only need to remember it. You don't need to win every argument. You only need to win back your peace. You don't need to have all the answers. You only need to live the questions with grace. And when the weight of life feels too much, don't carry it harder. Carry it wiser. You were never meant to hold everything at once. Just this breath. Just this moment. Just this step forward. The rest can wait. And it's okay to move slowly, to take up space, to need time. Stoicism reminds us, you can't rush healing. You can only return to yourself again and again until peace becomes your natural state. So come back now. Come back from the noise in your head. Come back from the what-ifs. Come back from the guilt, the shame, the expectations. Come back to now, where life is asking nothing more than your presence. There is no better you waiting in some imagined future. There is only this you, brave enough to be still, brave enough to feel, brave enough to stay. And if you've forgotten what stillness feels like, let me remind you, it feels like unclenching, like loosening your grip on what never belonged to you. It feels like letting go of people who never saw you, like no longer performing for the world to approve. It feels like sinking into yourself until even your pain starts to trust your silence, until your sadness finds a place to rest, and your joy returns quietly, like sunlight after rain. Stillness is not an escape. It's a homecoming, a return to the truth that you never needed to fix everything. You only needed to stop abandoning yourself in the process. You only needed to trust that your mind can be a sanctuary, not a battlefield, that your emotions are messengers, not masters, that your life doesn't need to look perfect to feel whole. The Stoics knew this. They weren't detached, they were devoted. Devoted to a higher form of living. One rooted in self-respect, in perspective, in restraint. They weren't numb, they were awake. And now you are too. You see, the lesson isn't to feel nothing. It's to feel deeply, but carry it lightly. It's to let love in without losing yourself. To let pain teach you without owning you. It's to keep your heart open, but your boundaries strong. That is how you become emotionally untouchable. Not by escaping life, but by meeting it with a calm so deep that nothing on the outside can steal your inner sky. So take a breath with me now. A real one, deeper than before. Let it settle into your chest. Let it anchor your awareness. Feel your body. Feel your presence. Feel your peace returning, not as a reward, but as a right you forgot you had. You are safe to slow down. You are safe to release what no longer serves. You are safe to stop pretending you're okay when you're not, because even in your breaking, you are becoming. There is strength in your softness. There is power in your pause. There is wisdom in your quiet. You're not falling behind. You're falling into place, right where you belong, right where you can hear the truth whisper again. You don't need control. You need clarity. You don't need everyone's love. You need your own loyalty. You don't need to rush your healing. You only need to return to the path. And here you are, on the path, with nothing to prove, only everything to remember. You don't need to be unbreakable to be strong. You just need to stop breaking for the wrong things. You are allowed to feel pain, but not every pain deserves to stay. Not every story deserves a reread. Not every memory needs to live in the front room of your mind. Stoicism isn't about erasing the past. It's about no longer dragging it into your present. You've done that long enough. You've carried regrets like they were part of you, but they are only shadows, not your shape, not your soul. You've let the voices of others echo louder than your own. And now it's time to return to your center, the quiet place inside you that has always known. Peace doesn't come when things are easy. Peace comes when you stop needing things to be easy. You've faced discomfort. You've had days when getting out of bed felt like a war. And yet you did it. You showed up. Not perfectly, but honestly. And that is enough. Stoicism whispers, you are not here to escape the storm. You are here to become the sky that holds it. No matter how chaotic the winds become, you don't have to lose your stillness. The world will test you. People will misunderstand you. Moments will stretch your patience thin. But each time you can ask, does this deserve my peace? Is this worth my reaction? Most of the time, the answer is no. Most of the time, you will find that silence is the strongest move. That walking away is braver than fighting to be right. That letting go is more powerful than clinging. Let what you can't change pass through you, like wind through open hands. Let it move. Let it pass. Let it teach you how to stay grounded when everything else spins. Even when your heart is tired, even when your thoughts are heavy, you can choose not to be carried away. You can be here, with me, with yourself. You're not broken, you're being refined. Pressure doesn't destroy you. It reveals you, and what it reveals is strength. The kind that's built quietly, over years of getting back up when you had every reason not to. The kind that knows peace is not passive. It's a practice. Every time you choose to stay calm, every time you step back before reacting, every time you breathe instead of blaming, you're practicing emotional mastery. You're becoming untouchable. Not because you don't feel, but because you've learned how to feel without falling. How to carry emotion without becoming it. This is the gift of Stoicism. Not coldness, but clarity. Not detachment, but discernment. You are allowed to love without losing yourself. To care deeply while standing tall. To offer kindness without begging to be chosen. And yes, sometimes you'll fall. Sometimes emotion will overflow. That's okay. What matters is that you return. Return to the place inside you that remembers. This moment is not the end. This feeling is not your identity. You are not defined by your reaction. You are defined by your return. Return to stillness. Return to breath. Return to the unshakable part of you that watches all things come and go, and still remains. Because you do remain. You keep showing up. You keep choosing peace, even when pain tries to steal your voice. That's what makes you powerful. Not armor, not walls, but softness that refuses to give up. Peace that refuses to be provoked. You've learned not to respond to disrespect. Not out of weakness, but out of respect for your energy. You've learned to be alone, not because you want isolation, but because you won't settle for what doesn't nourish you. You've learned to pause, to reflect, to feel deeply, and still stand tall. You've learned the rare art of listening more than reacting, of observing more than judging, of speaking with care, not with control. You've learned that pain is not the enemy. Your reaction to pain is what defines your strength. So let yourself rest. Let the pressure fall away even for a moment. You are not running out of time. You are not behind. You are exactly where this version of you needs to be, to learn what only this moment can teach. Even your pain has wisdom. Even your confusion is part of the unfolding. And even in your darkest hours, there is still a light inside you. It's the part that knows nothing is permanent, and yet you are whole even now. So stay here, not to fix anything, not to force anything, just to be. Be with your breath. Be with your body. Be with this one sacred second. You don't owe anyone performance. You don't owe anyone your exhaustion. You owe yourself peace, and you are allowed to start again, right here, right now, with one deep breath, with one new thought, with one quiet choice to return, to calm, to clarity, to self. This is the strength that can't be shaken. This is what makes you emotionally untouchable. Not because nothing touches you, but because everything passes through you without breaking you. Because you no longer cling to what doesn't belong. Because you have become a home to yourself. You don't need to win every battle. You just need to stop entering wars that cost you your peace. That's the lesson most never learn. They chase arguments, validation, closure, but lose themselves along the way. Stoicism teaches you, you are not here to win. You are here to remain whole. Let others speak louder. Let them misunderstand. Let the noise rise around you. You can still choose to remain centered, because your power is not in proving anything. It's in knowing that you don't have to. You don't have to be right. You don't have to be heard by everyone. You don't have to convince the world of your worth. You only have to believe it quietly. Breathe into that. You don't need control. You need clarity. And clarity is found in stillness. Not in rushing. Not in reacting. Not in demanding. But in the quiet space between emotions. The space you create by pausing. There is something sacred in that pause. It's the space where anger softens. Where fear loses its grip. Where your true self speaks softly but clearly. That's where your peace lives. It's not outside. Not in people liking you. Not in outcomes going your way. It's in the way you meet the moment. In the way you whisper to yourself, I am safe. I am grounded. I choose my response. And if your hands shake, let them. If your chest feels tight, let it be. Don't resist it. Just breathe with it. Let the storm pass through you, not around you. Because the more you try to avoid it, the more it controls you. And you've had enough of being controlled. Now you choose awareness. You choose to see things as they are, not as your emotions distort them. You choose to separate fact from fear. And in doing so, you take your power back. You start to realize most of the things that used to hurt you were just stories your mind told in a moment of fear. But fear is not your guide. It's just a visitor. And like all visitors, it doesn't stay. What stays is you, the calm you, the centered you, the version of you that knows this too shall pass. Even this ache in your chest, even this weight on your shoulders, even this voice in your head that says, I'm not enough. It will all pass. So why hold on to it? Why replay the pain? Why pick up what life is asking you to put down? Maybe it's time to rest your mind, to stop running scenarios in your head, to stop trying to rewrite the past. It's already written, but your peace, that's still in your hands. Let today be the day you stop bleeding for things that are already gone. Let today be the day you stop begging for peace and start becoming it. You do that by choosing stillness over struggle, presence over panic, wisdom over impulse. You do that by remembering you don't need to fix the moment. You just need to be with it. Because when you stop running, you finally arrive. And when you arrive in this moment, fully honestly, you meet the version of yourself that has always been enough. Not because you're perfect, but because you're present. And present people don't break easily. They bend, they breathe, they let go, but they do not shatter. That is you now. Bend, breathe, let go. There's nothing wrong with feeling. There's only pain in pretending you don't. So feel. Cry if you must. But cry from awareness, not from chaos. Let the tears fall without judgment. And then wipe them knowing they do not define you. You're not fragile. You're not failing. You are healing. And healing looks like moments like this. When you sit with yourself. When you stop escaping. When you breathe through the discomfort and say, I will not abandon myself this time. Because that's what you've done before. You've escaped into distractions, people, patterns, trying to silence the pain. But now you meet it. Now you greet it. Now you learn from it. And in that meeting, you grow. Pain transforms into wisdom when you stop resisting it. Emotions become your teachers when you stop judging them. And you become whole again. Not perfect, but whole. Whole enough to be calm in the chaos, kind in the anger, still in the storm. You're not emotionless. You're emotionally mature. You're not distant. You're discerning. You're not cold. You're courageous. And courage doesn't always roar. Sometimes it sounds like a whisper. I don't have to react. That whisper is your power now. It's the quiet strength that keeps you anchored when life tries to pull you under. And it's always there. It lives in your breath. It waits behind your thoughts. It returns every time you remember. You are not your emotion. You are the observer of it. The witness. The stillness. The calm in the middle of the noise. Let yourself stay there for a moment. Let yourself remember that being emotionally untouchable is not about avoiding pain. It's about facing it with dignity, meeting it with awareness, letting it pass without letting it take you with it. You've done enough surviving. Now you are living, and that means choosing peace moment by moment, even when your heart trembles, especially when your heart trembles, because that's when it matters most. There's a quiet power in embracing your limits, in saying, I don't have all the answers, and that's okay. Stoicism isn't about pretending to be unbreakable. It's about being real with yourself, about accepting what you can't control, and investing your energy where it matters. You don't need to control the world. You only need to control how you respond to it. This distinction is everything. Think of the wind against your face. You can't stop the wind, but you can decide whether it pushes you down or lifts you forward. You are that choice. You are the captain of your mind, even when your body feels heavy and your heart feels tired. The world may feel chaotic, but inside you, there is a calm harbor, a place where storms break but do not destroy. Lean into that harbor. When your emotions rise like waves, don't fight them, ride them, understand their rhythm, learn their message, because emotions are not enemies to be defeated. They are messengers to be listened to. When you feel anger, ask yourself, what is this really about? What am I afraid of losing? What boundary needs to be honored? When you feel sadness, sit with it gently. Let it teach you about your attachments, your hopes, your dreams. When anxiety knocks on your door, welcome it softly and remind it, I am here. You do not own me. This practice, this gentle noticing, is the foundation of emotional resilience. You don't become untouchable by building walls. You become untouchable by building awareness. Awareness that sees beyond the surface. Awareness that understands. Pain is temporary. Feelings change like clouds in the sky. And underneath it all, there is you, steady, present, unshaken. Imagine your mind as a still lake. Surface ripples come and go, But deep beneath, the water remains calm and clear. You are that lake. Your thoughts, your feelings, they are the ripples. They are real, but they are not permanent. You don't have to drown in them. You don't have to identify with every passing wave. You are the lake itself, vast, deep, serene. This is your power. It's the power to observe without being overwhelmed, to witness without being swept away, to hold space for your emotions without losing yourself. That's what makes you untouchable. Not because you ignore your feelings, but because you allow them to flow through you without damage. You are like an ancient tree, rooted deeply in the earth. Storms may bend your branches, but they will never uproot your spirit. You stand tall not by avoiding hardship, but by embracing it with grace. Every challenge, every pain, every moment of doubt, they are teachers. They are invitations to grow stronger, wiser, calmer. And each time you return to your center, you build a fortress within, not made of stone or steel, but made of presence, patience, and acceptance. This fortress protects your peace, keeps your soul safe from the chaos outside. And the beautiful thing is, it's always there for you. You don't need to search for it. You don't need to earn it. It's already within you, waiting patiently for you to come home. Come home to yourself. No matter what happened today, yesterday, or last year, you can come home right now. Sit quietly, take a deep breath, feel your feet on the ground, feel the air on your skin, notice your heartbeat. You are alive, you are here, and that is enough. Enough to begin again, enough to choose peace over panic, enough to choose calm over chaos. Say it to yourself, I choose calm over chaos. I choose my response. Write that in the comments. Let it remind you that your power lies not in what happens to you, but in how you meet what happens. And share this with the important people in your life. Let them know you care about their peace too, because peace is contagious, and the world needs more of it. More people who are calm in the storm. More people who respond instead of react. More people who choose presence over panic. Let that person be you, right now, right here. And every time you feel overwhelmed, remember, you don't need control, you need clarity. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands. Pain is not the enemy. Your reaction to pain is what defines your strength. You are stronger than you realize, stronger than your fears, stronger than your doubts, stronger than your pain. You are a force of nature, calm, steady, unbreakable. And this strength is yours to claim. Not tomorrow, not someday, but right now. So breathe, feel your strength, and know that no matter what comes, you are ready, because you are emotionally untouchable. There is a deep, unshakable calm that comes when you realize this truth. You are not your circumstances. You are not your losses. You are not the opinions others hold of you. You are the witness to it all, the steady presence behind the storm. This awareness, this knowing, is the foundation of your emotional untouchability. When your mind tries to drag you into chaos, when your heart feels bruised and weary, come back to this simple truth. You do not have to be swept away. You are free to choose your response. Imagine for a moment a candle flickering in the wind. The flame dances, bends, but it does not vanish. No matter how hard the wind blows, the candle remains lit. Your spirit is that candle. The winds of anger, sadness, fear, they may come and go, but your inner light keeps burning. You don't need to extinguish your feelings to be strong. You just need to be steady while they move through you. Let your emotions flow like a river. Notice their currents. Feel their power, but don't let them flood your mind. You are the riverbank holding space for the flow without being overwhelmed. Sometimes the current is strong. Sometimes it's calm. And both are okay. There is no shame in feeling deeply, no weakness in tears or quiet moments. Strength isn't loud. It's not about proving something to others. Strength is gentle. It's the courage to sit with discomfort, the bravery to face what's hard, the grace to allow pain and joy to coexist. You have within you a well of peace, waiting to be tapped. You've been searching for peace outside yourself. in people, places, and things that change like the wind. But real peace is not something you find. It's something you return to. It's your natural state beneath the noise. So when life shakes you, don't try to resist the tremors. Instead, ground yourself in the stillness beneath. Feel your breath. Feel your heartbeat. Feel your feet on the earth. Know that you are anchored. There is no need to rush to fix what feels broken. No need to push away the parts of you that feel raw. Healing happens in moments of presence. In the gentle acceptance of this is what is. When you stop fighting the current, you open space to float. When you stop chasing control, you reclaim your power. You don't need to control the chaos. You only need to hold your center. Like a tree with roots deep in the soil, you can weather any storm. The winds may howl, the branches may sway, but your roots hold firm. You are grounded in wisdom. You've learned the hard way that pain is part of life. But pain does not own you. You own your reaction to pain. You choose how to meet it. And every time you choose peace, you build resilience. Every time you choose calm over chaos, you grow stronger. This strength is quiet. It doesn't shout or demand. It simply is. And it's always available to you, no matter what the day brings, no matter how heavy the load. You can return to this strength. Right now, close your eyes if you want. Take a deep breath. Feel the calm rising inside you. Know that this calm is not fragile. It's your foundation, your refuge, your home. You don't have to be perfect to deserve peace. You don't have to be healed to be whole. You just have to be willing to sit with yourself, to listen, to breathe, and to say softly, I am enough. This is the Stoic strength that makes you emotionally untouchable. Not because you avoid hardship, but because you face it with courage. Because you meet yourself with kindness. Because you don't let external chaos shake your internal calm. So today, remind yourself, you don't need control, you need clarity. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands. Pain is not the enemy. Your reaction to pain is what defines your strength. And this strength is yours, always, no matter what. In moments when your mind races and your heart feels heavy, remember this: you are not alone. There is a lineage of thinkers and sages who walked this path before you. Stoics like Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, Seneca, they understood deeply what it means to be human, to feel pain, to face uncertainty, to wrestle with emotions that pull and push us like the tide. They remind us that suffering is part of life. But suffering is not the whole story. Between stimulus and response, there is a space, a moment you own. It is in that space that your freedom lives. You cannot always choose what happens to you, but you can always choose how you meet it. This choice is your power, and it is a power that no one can take from you. No matter what storms rage outside, you can create a sanctuary within. A sanctuary where calm reigns, where judgment softens into understanding, where frustration melts into acceptance. This sanctuary is your mind trained in presence, your heart tuned to patience, your soul anchored in resilience. Think of your emotions as visitors. Some are kind, some are challenging, but none are permanent. Welcome each visitor. Offer them tea and a seat. Listen without resistance. Learn what they have to teach, because beneath every difficult feeling lies a lesson. Maybe it's a lesson in boundaries. Maybe it's a lesson in compassion. Maybe it's a lesson in strength. And sometimes, it's simply a reminder that you are alive, that you are human, that you are growing. Stoicism does not ask you to be perfect. It invites you to be present, to be aware, to meet life as it comes with dignity, with grace, with quiet courage. When you feel overwhelmed, slow down. Take a breath. Feel your feet on the ground. Know that you are here, right now, right where you need to be. And in this moment, you have everything you need. Peace is not a distant goal. It is available now, in your breath, in your awareness, in your choice. You are stronger than you think, more capable than you realize, more resilient than you believe. Every time you practice calm in the face of chaos, you grow stronger. Every time you choose patience over frustration, you build endurance. Every time you embrace uncertainty, you invite freedom, because life is uncertain. Life is messy, but your response doesn't have to be. You can be the steady light in the dark, the calm in the storm, the presence that holds space for whatever comes. This is emotional untouchability, not a shield that blocks feelings, but a clarity that transforms them. So when the weight of the world presses down, remember, you don't need control, you need clarity. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands. Pain is not the enemy. Your reaction to pain is what defines your strength. Say this now softly. I choose calm over chaos. I choose my response. Write it down. Speak it aloud. Let it root deeply in your heart. And share this message with those you love. Because we all need reminders. We all need gentle guidance. We all need to know that peace is possible. Even in the hardest moments. Even when the world feels too heavy. Even when your soul feels tired. You are not broken. You are becoming. You are growing into your fullest self. And every step on this path is a victory. Every breath a triumph. Every moment of presence a gift. Lean into that gift. Hold it close. Let it fill you. And know, you are emotionally untouchable. Because your strength comes from within. And that strength is endless. There is a power in stillness. A strength that reveals itself only when you stop struggling. When you pause, breathe, and simply be. In that quiet space, you begin to see clearly. You see that many of the things that once felt overwhelming are like clouds passing through a vast sky. Temporary, ever-changing. Your thoughts and feelings are just like that sky. Sometimes stormy, sometimes clear, but always expansive. Always holding room for everything. You don't need to push away what feels hard. You only need to accept it as part of your experience. This acceptance is not surrender. It is not weakness. It is the foundation of true power. When you accept what is, you free your energy to respond with wisdom. You stop wasting strength fighting the inevitable. You choose where to direct your effort, and that choice transforms everything. Remember, you are not the things that happen to you. You are the mind that observes them, the mind that chooses its path. So when fear or doubt arise, look at them like passing shadows. Notice them, name them, then let them go. They do not own you. You own your mind. You own your focus. You own your peace. Each moment you practice this, you grow stronger. Each time you return to calm, you build resilience. You become emotionally untouchable. Not because you deny your feelings, but because you understand their nature. Feelings are like waves. They rise, they fall. You don't have to drown in them. You can learn to surf the waves with grace. Ride them without losing yourself. This is freedom. This is strength. This is the heart of Stoicism. It teaches us to face life fully, to embrace pain and joy alike, to meet uncertainty without fear, to understand that control is an illusion, and peace is a choice. You don't need to control the world to find calm. You only need to control your response. This is where your true power lies, and it is always within reach. No matter what storms come your way, no matter how dark the night, your inner light remains, steady, bright, unwavering. So when life feels overwhelming, when your mind is noisy, when your heart aches, come back to your breath. Come back to this moment. Come back to the simple truth. You are stronger than your struggles, wiser than your fears, more peaceful than your chaos. Say this now softly. I choose calm over chaos. I choose my response. Let it be your mantra, your anchor, your shield, and share this with those who need it, because none of us are meant to walk this journey alone. We all need reminders. We all need companions. We all need peace. So offer this gift freely, and know that by choosing calm, you are lighting the way for yourself and for others. Your journey toward emotional untouchability is ongoing. It is not a destination but a path walked step by step, moment by moment, with patience, with kindness, with courage. You are exactly where you need to be, and every choice you make to return to calm is a victory worth celebrating. Keep walking, Keep breathing. Keep choosing peace. You are not alone. You are not broken. You are becoming. And becoming is beautiful. There is a quiet strength that grows in the space between thought and action. It is the strength of awareness, the strength of presence. When you learn to observe your mind without judgment, you begin to understand the nature of your emotions. They are not chains that bind you. They are messages, signals from within. They tell you what matters, what needs attention, what requires compassion. This understanding shifts your relationship with difficulty. You stop fearing discomfort. You start welcoming it as a teacher, because growth comes not from comfort, but from challenge. Every time you face pain with openness, you invite healing. Every time you face fear with courage, you claim your freedom. And every time you choose calm over chaos, you build your emotional fortress. This fortress is not made of walls or barriers. It is made of clarity and acceptance, of mindfulness and patience, of compassion and self-trust. It is an inner sanctuary where you can always return, a place where the storms of life cannot reach you. This does not mean you will never feel hurt, nor does it mean that life will be easy, but it does mean you will meet life with a steady heart, with eyes wide open, with unwavering grace. In this way, you become emotionally untouchable, not because you deny your humanity, but because you embrace it fully, because you understand that your power lies not in control of the outside world, but in mastery over your inner world. This mastery is your birthright. It is cultivated through practice, through gentle persistence, through kindness toward yourself. When you falter, do not judge. Simply return to your breath. Return to this moment. Return to your center. Each return is a triumph. Each breath is a victory. Your journey toward emotional freedom is not a straight line. It is a spiral. You may circle back to old feelings, to old fears, to old pains, but each time you return, you do so with more wisdom, more strength, more peace, and that is progress. That is growth. That is life. Let this truth sink in deeply. You are more than your thoughts. You are more than your emotions. You are the space in which they arise, the silent observer, the calm presence, the unshakable core. When you connect with this truth, you touch the essence of Stoic wisdom. You begin to live with intention, with courage, with resilience, and in doing so, you become a beacon of peace, for yourself and for those around you. So when the world feels overwhelming, when your heart feels heavy, remind yourself gently, you don't need control, you need clarity. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands. Pain is not the enemy. Your reaction to pain is what defines your strength. Say it now. I choose calm over chaos. I choose my response. Let this affirmation root deeply in your heart. Write it, speak it, live it, and share it with those who need it, because peace is contagious. Calm is a gift, and your strength is a light in the darkness. Keep nurturing it. Keep tending to it. Keep choosing it. Your journey is ongoing, and every step forward is a victory. Every moment of presence a blessing. Every breath a testament to your resilience. You are emotionally untouchable, because your strength comes from within, and that strength is endless. Sometimes, life can feel like a relentless wave, carrying you far from the shore of peace you long for. It's easy to feel lost, overwhelmed, as if you are at the mercy of forces beyond your control. But there is a quiet truth the Stoics teach us, that true power does not come from controlling the waves, but from learning to ride them with steady balance. Imagine yourself standing on the edge of the ocean, feeling the wind and spray, the salt on your skin. The waves are strong, unpredictable, sometimes wild. You cannot command them to stop, but you can choose how to stand in their presence. You can choose to root yourself in calm, to breathe deeply, and to face each wave with courage. This courage is not loud or boisterous. It is quiet, steadfast, and unyielding. It is the courage to accept what is and to act where you can. You don't need to be emotionally numb. You don't need to hide your feelings or pretend everything is okay. Emotional untouchability is not about shutting down, but about opening up in a way that does not let the world shake your core. It is about clarity. It is about understanding that pain and discomfort are parts of life, not enemies to be defeated but teachers to be listened to. When pain comes, do not run from it. Do not suppress it. Instead, allow it to pass through you like wind through open hands. Feel it fully, then release it gently. This practice is a lifelong one, but with each moment you practice, you reclaim a piece of your inner peace. The world around you may still be chaotic, but inside you build a sanctuary, a place of calm and resilience where no storm can truly reach you. Your mind is your greatest refuge. Train it like a garden, carefully, patiently, daily. Pull out the weeds of negative thoughts. Nurture the flowers of kindness and acceptance. Remember that your thoughts are not facts. They are visitors passing through the house of your mind. Invite them in, observe them, and then let them go. This is the heart of Stoic resilience. To see things clearly, to accept what cannot be changed, and to take purposeful action where you can. When frustration arises, pause. When fear comes knocking, breathe. When sadness settles in, acknowledge it gently. You are learning to dance with your emotions, not to be controlled by them. This dance is delicate and beautiful. Each step forward builds strength. Each breath taken with awareness plants a seed of calm. You don't need to rush this process. Growth is slow, steady, and sometimes invisible. Trust in the rhythm of your journey. Know that even when you feel weak, your strength is growing beneath the surface, like roots pushing deeper into the earth. You are not broken. You are becoming whole. You are not lost. You are finding your way. And with every choice to meet life calmly, you create a ripple of peace that extends beyond yourself. Share this ripple with those you love. Let them know they too can find strength in stillness. Write this in your heart and say it aloud. I choose calm over chaos. I choose my response. Hold this affirmation as a beacon on dark days. Let it remind you that you are capable, you are resilient, and you are never truly alone. This is your path to emotional untouchability, a journey not of perfection, but of presence. A journey that welcomes you exactly as you are and encourages you to grow into who you are becoming. In the quiet moments, listen to the steady beat of your own heart. It is the sound of your strength, the rhythm of your peace, and the song of your soul's resilience. Keep breathing, keep choosing calm, keep walking gently forward, knowing that with each step, you become more emotionally untouchable, more deeply grounded, more fully alive. Let us sit together a moment and breathe deeply into the quiet space within. There, in that stillness, you begin to notice something profound. The storms of life may rage around you, but inside, there is an unmovable center. This center is your true self, the part of you that is not defined by fear, sadness, or pain. The part of you that is steady, wise, and unshaken. It is easy to forget this when the noise is loud, when the world pulls you in 1,000 directions. But this center is always there, waiting patiently for you to come home. Stoicism teaches us that we cannot always control what happens, but we can control how we respond. This is a radical form of freedom, to respond rather than react, to choose peace rather than turmoil. Imagine for a moment that your mind is like a vast lake. Sometimes the wind stirs the water, causing ripples and waves. These waves are your thoughts and emotions. They rise and fall, sometimes gently, sometimes violently. But beneath the surface, the water remains calm and deep. No matter how wild the surface becomes, the depths stay still and peaceful. You are like that lake. You are not your fleeting thoughts. You are the calm depth beneath them. When you feel overwhelmed, when your emotions threaten to pull you under, remember the lake. Return your awareness to the stillness within. Breathe deeply. Anchor yourself in the present moment. You don't need control, you need clarity. Clarity to see what is within your power and what lies beyond it. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands. There is a profound freedom in this letting go. to release the struggle against things you cannot alter. This does not mean apathy or resignation. It means wisdom. Pain is not the enemy. Your reaction to pain is what defines your strength. When pain comes, greet it as a visitor. Feel it fully and then let it go. Do not carry it as a burden. Do not let it become your identity. You are not your pain. You are the awareness that experiences pain. This distinction is transformative. It frees you from being trapped in suffering. It opens the door to healing. When you practice this, you become emotionally untouchable. Not because you shut down, but because you open up, with boundaries, with wisdom, with love for yourself. This is the essence of Stoic strength. To be fully human, fully present, and fully free. There will be days when you falter, days when chaos seems to consume you. In those moments, do not despair. Remember that strength is built in the struggle. Every time you choose calm over chaos, you reclaim a piece of your power. Every time you return to your breath, you anchor yourself in peace. You are on a path, not a race. Allow yourself to walk gently, to rest when needed, to be patient with your own growth. This journey is yours alone. It is sacred, and every step forward is a testament to your resilience. So I invite you to hold this affirmation close. I choose calm over chaos. I choose my response. Say it to yourself when the world feels too loud. Write it in the quiet moments. Let it be a balm for your spirit, and share it with those who need to hear it. Because peace grows when it is shared. Because resilience shines brightest when it is passed along. You are not alone in this journey. You are connected to a long line of souls who have faced hardship and found strength. You are part of a timeless wisdom, a living tradition of courage and calm. Keep breathing. Keep choosing peace. Keep walking your path with gentle determination. Your strength is real. Your peace is possible. Your journey is unfolding beautifully, and this is only the beginning. There is a strength inside you that has survived every storm, every silence, and every goodbye you never saw coming. You've lived through things that once felt unbearable, and here you are, breathing, still standing, still choosing life. Share this with the important people in your life. Let them know you care about their peace too. Write this in the comments. I release what no longer serves me. I deserve peace, not punishment. You've been carrying memories like heavy stones in your chest, haven't you? Regrets that replay like echoes. Pain that knocks at the door long after the moment has passed. Mistakes, loss, words you can't unsay, people you can't bring back. But you're not meant to live in rewind. Stoicism teaches us this: what is gone is gone. The past is not your enemy, but clinging to it can become your prison. You don't need control, you need clarity. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands. Don't chase justice from time. Don't beg the past to look different. You were doing the best you could with what you knew. And now you know more. That's enough. Pain is not the enemy. Your reaction to pain is what defines your strength. Each scar, each crack, each quiet ache in your chest, they're proof you felt deeply and still chose to keep going. Now it's time to loosen your grip. You are not your past. You are not what happened to you. You are not the one who stayed too long or trusted too much. You are the one who learned. Let go of the version of you that lived in survival. Make space for the one who gets to choose peace. You don't owe the past your future. And when those memories return, as they sometimes will, meet them with gentleness, not guilt. Say to them, "Thank you for the lessons, but I'm not staying there." Keep walking. The present is where your power lives. You may not feel ready, but healing doesn't wait for readiness. It begins when you get tired of being tired. It begins when you decide that replaying the pain won't undo it. Sometimes the strongest thing you'll ever do is forgive yourself. Not because you're erasing the past, but because you're choosing to be free. Free from what you couldn't change. Free from who you no longer are. Free from carrying everyone's silence, except your own voice. You were never meant to be perfect. You were meant to be present. And the present doesn't ask for explanations. It only asks for your attention. Look around. Right now. Is the past hurting you? Or is your memory of it holding the blade? You don't need to win an argument with yesterday. You just need to stop fighting with today. Sometimes we confuse peace with forgetting. But peace isn't forgetting. It's remembering and choosing not to hurt from it anymore. The Stoics knew this. Suffering comes not from what happens, but from our judgment of what happens. You're not broken because you hurt. You're alive. You're human. You feel deeply. That is not your weakness. That is your gift. But feelings, like clouds, aren't meant to be held. They are meant to pass. Let them come. Let them teach. Let them go. And when the night feels long, sit with yourself gently. Say, I am not that moment. I am not that version of me. I am not that pain. Say it out loud, as many times as you need. Every moment you repeat that truth, you're taking one step further away from the prison of the past, and one step closer to freedom. You've carried enough. Now it's okay to rest. You're not weak for being tired. You're not broken for needing time. Even the strongest hands put down the sword. Stillness is strength too. Listen, the world may never give you closure, but you can give it to yourself by no longer needing what hurt you to explain itself. Let go of the search for answers that only lead to more questions. Let go of the apology that never came. Let go of the version of them that lives in your head and how you wanted things to be. What matters is what you choose now. Do you want to keep drinking poison hoping it will quench your thirst? Or are you finally ready to sip peace? Like cool water after a long, dry pain? That is your power. Right here, right now. Say it to yourself. I deserve peace. I choose peace. And remember this, no one else needs to understand your release. They weren't there for all the nights you cried alone. They didn't live inside your thoughts. They didn't carry what you did. So when you finally set it down, when you finally stop explaining yourself, that's not selfish. That's sacred. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands. Say it again. Let it go. Feel the weight leave your shoulders little by little. Not all at once. Not forever. Just for now. And then, when it comes back, when your thoughts try to drag you back into what-ifs and should-haves and why-me's, pause, close your eyes, breathe, and remind yourself, this is just a thought. It is not a command. You are the observer, not the prisoner. You can let the thought pass. Like a bird flying overhead, no need to build it a nest. Just breathe. The past is not a home. It's a chapter, and your story has many more to write. You don't have to feel whole to begin. You just have to begin. One breath, one moment, one gentle release at a time. Do you feel it? That stillness beneath the noise? That's you. That's what's real. You are not what hurt you. You are what survived. You are what kept going. You are what rises. You're not here to be haunted. You're here to heal. So let it come. Let it soften. Let it go. Again and again. Even if you have to keep choosing it every single day. That's okay. Peace is not a place. It's a practice. You're doing it. Right now. The silence you've been avoiding is where the answers live. Be still. Listen. You are becoming someone new. Someone lighter. And that is not betrayal of the past. That is the reward for surviving it. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. And if you cry, let it be a release. Not a breakdown, a breakthrough. You've earned this calm. You've earned this breath. You've earned this moment of peace. Hold it. Let it hold you. It's yours now. And still, there's more ahead. You've been holding your breath for too long. Bracing. Waiting. Hoping the pain would pass on its own. But healing doesn't happen by accident. It happens the moment you stop resisting what is and start releasing what was. The past doesn't need you anymore, but the present does. It needs your eyes, your breath, your presence. You are not behind. You are not late. You are right on time for your life. Let that sink in. The only thing standing between you and peace is the belief that you can't have it. But you can, right now, as you are, even if the pain still lingers, even if the memories still burn. Stoicism isn't about ignoring your feelings. It's about facing them without letting them own you. You are allowed to remember, just don't live there. The past is like a closed door. Stop standing at it, knocking. Stop hoping it opens to something better. Turn around. There's a sunrise behind you. There's a whole sky of light waiting for your attention. Look up. That regret you carry? It's not punishment. It's a lesson. You touched something hot. You got burned. But now you know not to touch it again. That's wisdom. That's growth. That's strength. And that version of you who didn't know better? They were just trying to survive. They weren't weak, they were brave. But now you don't have to survive the same way. You can choose stillness instead of defense. You can choose peace instead of control. You can choose peace even when the world doesn't offer it. You can be the peace, right here, in this breath. You don't need to prove anything anymore. Not to them, not to your past, not even to yourself. You're already enough. You always were, even in the middle of the storm, even in the moment you broke down, even when you doubted yourself the most. You were always enough. And here's something no one told you. You're allowed to stop fighting. You're allowed to lay your armor down. You're allowed to stop being strong just to survive. You can be soft and still be unshakable. The Stoics knew this truth. The more you try to control what cannot be controlled, the more peace you give away. So ask yourself right now, what have I been holding onto that no longer belongs in my hands? What pain am I nurturing like it's part of my identity? What weight have I mistaken for worth? Set it down. Even if just for this moment. Feel the difference. Feel your chest rise and fall again. That's you choosing to live. That's courage. That's presence. And if the memories come back, that's okay. You don't need to run. You don't need to fight. Just breathe. Say to them, I see you, but I no longer live with you. You're allowed to evolve. You're allowed to release versions of yourself that were built on pain. You're allowed to rewrite the story. Not because you're pretending it didn't happen, but because you're choosing a different ending. You don't need to be defined by your wounds. Let them be reminders of the healing, not the breaking. Every scar says, I lived through this, and I'm still here, still growing, still breathing, still loving, still choosing peace again and again and again. Let that be your strength. Let that be your daily practice, not just to forget the past, but to remember yourself, the self before the hurt, the self that still exists under the noise. That self is not lost, just quiet. Listen, you'll hear them in the silence, in the breath between thoughts, in the moment you finally exhale, and you'll realize you were never broken, just buried, beneath fear, beneath expectation, beneath guilt that was never yours to carry. But now here you are, uncovering, unfolding, becoming. Let what no longer serves you return to the earth. Let your peace be the roots that hold you steady. And when doubt returns, and it will, meet it like an old acquaintance. Say to it, I've danced with you before, but I don't need to follow you now. Let your breath be the boundary. Let your stillness be the answer. Because now you know, you are not the story of your pain. You are the narrator who chose to keep writing. Keep writing. Keep breathing. Keep healing. You are not behind. You are unfolding. And every moment you choose peace, even in the smallest ways, you are becoming more free. Let that be enough for today. And when you forget again, because forgetting is human, come back here. Come back to your breath. Come back to yourself. You're not alone. Not in your pain. Not in your healing. Not in this journey. This is just one page. One breath. One chapter. And still, you're only getting started. Sometimes we don't need answers. We just need space. Space to feel. Space to fall apart. Space to breathe again without guilt. You've carried so much for so long. Responsibilities, regrets, silent fears. But peace doesn't come from adding more. It comes from releasing what was never yours to begin with. Let go of the apology you never received, of the closure you thought you needed, of the idea that healing has to be loud, fast, or visible. Real healing is often quiet. It looks like resting when you used to force yourself to move. It looks like forgiving yourself when you used to blame. It looks like silence, not because there's nothing to say, but because your soul finally stopped screaming. You are not weak for needing rest. You are not broken for being tired. Even mountains erode with time. Even the sea retreats before it returns. Even the strongest things take breaks. You don't have to prove your worth through exhaustion. You don't have to earn rest by suffering first. You are allowed to be still, to sit in the middle of the storm, and whisper, "I will not run anymore," because you don't need to escape. You need to return to your breath, to your truth, to your peace. Let what you can't control pass through you like wind through open hands. Let it move without resistance. Let it go where it needs to go. It was never yours to hold forever. And what about the memories? The ones that show up when the room goes quiet? You don't need to fear them. They are not here to hurt you. They are just echoes, faded shadows, stories that already ended. You survived the moment. You lived past the pain. You are already beyond it. Now the only question is, will you stay in the past out of habit? Or will you choose the present? Because it's the only place peace can live. You don't have to carry the same identity you built while suffering. That was survival. This is living. Who are you when you no longer need to protect your pain? Who are you when peace becomes your home instead of your goal? Let yourself find out. Drop the armor. Take off the mask. Be soft. Be slow. Be real. Let yourself cry if you need to. Tears are not weakness. They are release. They are the body saying, "I'm letting go." Let go of the anger, of the blame, of the idea that the past should have been different. It wasn't, couldn't have been, because it already happened. But you're still here, which means you still have power. The power to shift, to grow, to choose again. You don't need to control the past, just understand it. You don't need to fix the past, just stop reliving it. Say to yourself, "I am not who I was in that moment. I am who I choose to be now." Feel the difference. Feel how your body softens when you stop resisting. How your breath deepens when you finally allow peace in. That's not weakness. That's not giving up. That's wisdom. That's Stoic strength. To release is to return. To presence. To purpose. To peace. Remember this. You are not late. You are not broken. You are in process. Let the process be sacred. Let it be gentle. Let it be yours. Some things will never make sense. Some wounds may never fully disappear. But peace isn't about perfect understanding. It's about learning to live with the questions and no longer letting them poison your heart. Breathe. You are not the pain you endured. You are the quiet that followed. You are the grace that stayed. You are the soul that kept walking. You don't need to rush. There's nowhere you have to be except here, now. This moment, with all its silence and stillness, is enough. Let the past rest. It served its purpose. It shaped you, but it doesn't have to define you. You are more than a memory. You are a beginning. Every breath you take now is a new start. Every time you choose peace, you become lighter. Every time you choose compassion over punishment, you become freer. Let go of who you thought you had to be. Let yourself become who you were always meant to be. Calm. Clear, rooted, not untouched by pain, but unmoved by it, not without scars, but no longer ashamed of them, not free from memory, but free from its grip. You don't need the world to change for you to be at peace. You just need to stop carrying what isn't yours. Let it go, even if slowly, even if piece by piece. You don't have to finish all at once. You just have to begin. This breath is a beginning. This silence is a beginning. This moment is enough. And when it hurts again, because some days it will, don't panic, don't spiral, just return. Return to the breath. Return to the stillness. Return to yourself. Because you're not lost. You're here. And you are healing. You don't have to carry the story forever. The one where everything hurt. The one where you were left. The one where you weren't enough. That was a chapter, not your identity. A moment, not a life sentence. Even the worst nights come to an end. Even the coldest seasons give way to warmth. Even you are allowed to begin again. Not because you forgot. Not because it didn't matter, but because you matter more than what happened. And yes, the pain shaped you, but now it's time for peace to shape you too. Let yourself be softened by stillness. Let yourself be held by silence. Let yourself be changed by kindness. You're not here to be invincible. You're here to be real. Real means feeling. Real means remembering. Real means letting go without knowing what comes next. That takes courage. And you have that. You always did. Remember this: you are not a prisoner of your past. You are the gatekeeper of your peace. And peace begins the moment you say, I will no longer punish myself for what already ended. You are not the things that happened to you. You are the response you choose now. And maybe that's calm. Maybe that's grace. Maybe that's softness after years of tension. You don't need control, you need clarity. Clarity to see what is yours to carry and what is not. You are not responsible for the way others treated you. You are only responsible for what you do with the weight now. So, gently begin to set it down. Not all at once, just a little, just enough to breathe deeper, just enough to remember who you were before the pain got loud. You are still that person, still whole, still worthy, still here. And I know you've had moments where you almost gave up, but you didn't. You stayed. You kept walking, even with tired feet and a trembling heart. That is Stoic strength. Not pushing through with force, but showing up with presence, even when everything feels broken. Pain is not the enemy. Your reaction to pain is what defines your strength. And strength doesn't always look like action. Sometimes it looks like stillness, like refusing to run from yourself anymore. So if you feel lost today, if the past keeps tugging at your mind like an old ghost, pause, breathe, feel your body, feel your breath, feel your presence return to now. The past has no power unless you carry it. Set it down, let it rest. You don't need to keep telling yourself the story where you lost. Tell the story where you learned, where you endured, where you healed. Tell the story where you loved yourself enough to move on. Because your life is not defined by what happened. It's defined by what you do now. And right now, you are choosing peace. Right now, you are choosing presence. Right now, you are choosing to let the pain pass through like wind through open hands. Let go of the loop. Let go of the questions that never get answers. Let go of trying to rewrite a moment that already passed. You can't go back and change what happened, but you can choose how much of yourself you give to it now. Give it less. Give your peace more. Say it softly. I release the pain. I welcome the lesson. I move forward with peace. There is wisdom in letting go. There is power in surrender. You are not giving up. You are giving space. And in that space, healing grows. In that space, you find yourself again. Not the version shaped by regret, but the version shaped by courage. You didn't come this far just to stay stuck in yesterday. You came this far to remember who you are. Calm, steady, rooted in something deeper than pain. You don't need to rush. This is not a race. This is a return to your essence, to your strength, to the version of you that sees pain and says, I see you, I honor you, and I now release you. Nothing you do in this moment has to be perfect. It just has to be present. Let yourself be here, fully, freely, gently. This is where healing begins. Not in the future, not in the next chapter, but here, in this breath, in this awareness, in this quiet decision to choose peace again. So if today feels heavy, sit with that, not to fix it, but to witness it, and then let it pass. Let it pass like a wave that rose and fell. Let it pass like a cloud that never stayed. Let it pass like every painful thing that once felt eternal and wasn't. You are still here. You are still breathing. You are still choosing. And you can choose to release. You can choose to soften. You can choose to begin again. Because this moment is a new one. And you are free to start walking forward. One breath at a time. One truth at a time. One act of courage at a time. No need to go back. There is nothing there for you anymore. Only lessons, only echoes. Let them stay behind. Let you move forward. You've done enough reliving it. Enough replaying that scene over and over in your head. Enough rehearsing what you could have said, what you should have done, what might have happened. If only. But if only is a ghost. And you're not a home for ghosts anymore. You're here now, breathing now, alive now, and that's all you need to begin. Every time you catch yourself drifting into the past, gently, kindly bring yourself back. Not with force, not with shame, but with compassion. Say to yourself, that already happened. I survived it. Now I choose peace. Because peace is a choice. A quiet, steady choice you make every single day. Not because it's easy, but because it's healing. And maybe no one ever taught you how to let go. Maybe you were always the one holding things together, even when it was tearing you apart. But now you're learning something new. You're learning that strength isn't holding on. It's knowing when to loosen your grip. It's knowing when to protect your energy. It's knowing when enough is enough. You deserve to be free. Free from the weight of other people's actions. Free from the burden of your own self-judgment. Free from the belief that the past defines what's possible now. It doesn't. You are not a sum of your wounds. You are a garden, full of roots, full of growth, full of life. And yes, some of those roots grew from pain, but they didn't end there. They reached deeper. They reached toward light. That's who you are. A quiet, resilient light, still shining even after the storm. And it's okay to cry. It's okay to feel. It's okay to miss things that were never good for you. Healing isn't perfect. It's honest. So let yourself feel what you need to feel. But don't build a home there. Feel it, honor it, release it, and then return to the part of you that knows how to breathe, how to smile without forcing it, how to rest without guilt. You don't owe anyone an explanation for your peace. You don't need permission to move on. You don't need to prove that you've healed. You're allowed to simply be. Be soft. Be still. Be here. Let what you can't change pass through you like wind through open hands. No resistance. No clinging. Just flow. Just presence. That's where your power lives. In the stillness. In the quiet. In the space between reaction and response. Because pain doesn't define you. And neither does survival. You are more than what you've been through. You are who you choose to become now. And you can choose peace. Right here. Right now. Even if the past still whispers. Even if some days still ache. The ache is not a command. It's just a reminder that you're still healing. And that healing is still possible. Say it softly to yourself. I am not broken. I am becoming. Every sunrise is proof that the world begins again. So do you. And maybe today your beginning looks like silence. Or solitude. Or forgiving yourself for not knowing better before. Whatever it is, it's enough. This moment is enough. You are enough. You don't have to go back to what hurt you. You don't have to carry guilt for how long it took you to leave. You don't have to explain why you're tired. You're here, still trying, still breathing. That is more than enough. Pain is not the enemy. Your reaction to pain is what defines your strength. So let this be your reaction now. To pause, to breathe, to honor your journey. Not rush it, not escape it, but walk it with gentle, grounded presence. And maybe, for the first time in a long time, you'll feel the weight begin to lift. Not all at once, but slowly, like fog clearing, like tension leaving your shoulders, like light entering a room that's been closed for years. You are not behind. You are not lost. You are not broken. You are healing. You are growing. You are remembering your power one breath at a time. So, stay here with me. Keep choosing presence. Keep choosing peace. Keep choosing you. Let the past stay where it belongs. Let today be enough. Let your story unfold. Not from the pain you carry, but from the peace you allow. You've carried so much for so long, but you don't have to anymore. You're allowed to set it down. Not because it wasn't important, not because it didn't shape you, but because it no longer serves where you're going. There is a kind of wisdom in release, a kind of quiet power in not needing the past to keep explaining itself. You've already learned what it had to teach. And now, your only job is to let the lesson remain, without carrying the pain that came with it. You're not betraying your story by moving on. You're honoring it, because growth isn't forgetting. It's remembering differently. It's being able to say, that happened, and I kept going. Not perfectly, not without pain, but with courage, with truth. And that's enough. You don't need closure from others to give yourself peace. You don't need the apology that never came. You don't need someone else to say, you were right. You need presence. You need softness. You need truth. And the truth is, you did your best with what you had, even when it didn't look like enough, even when it didn't feel like strength, even when all you could do was survive. Survival is strength. And now you're learning something more. You're learning how to live, not just exist, not just cope, but truly live, to laugh without guilt, to rest without apology, to speak without shrinking, to be here fully without needing to explain why. You don't need control. You need clarity. Clarity to see the past for what it was. Clarity to stop expecting it to become what it never could. Clarity to look forward with steady, open eyes. And you will. You already are. Because every time you choose not to spiral, every time you choose not to drown in what-ifs, every time you breathe and let it pass, you're healing, you're rising, you're reclaiming your peace. And that peace was never out there. It's always been inside you, quiet, steady, waiting for you to come home to yourself. So come home, right now, right here. Put your hand on your heart and feel it. That beat is your permission. That rhythm is your anchor. You don't need to go back to what broke you, just to prove you were strong enough to stay. Leaving is strong. Letting go is strong. Choosing peace even when pain is familiar is strong. Let this moment be soft. Let this silence be safe. Let this breath be enough. You're not failing by resting. You're not falling behind by healing. You're not wasting time by sitting still. Stillness is wisdom. Stillness is presence. Stillness is power. And sometimes, the bravest thing you can do is nothing at all. Just be. Just breathe. Just exist without trying to fix or figure it all out. Because not everything broken needs to be mended. Some things just need to be released. Like the anger you've been holding. Like the guilt that was never yours. Like the shame that grew from someone else's silence. You don't have to carry it anymore. You're allowed to set it down. You're allowed to be light, to be free, to be whole. Even if the past still echoes, you don't have to answer it. You can simply say, I'm not who I was when that happened, and I don't live there anymore. The version of you who struggled to let go deserves compassion, not criticism. They kept going, and because they did, you're here, stronger, softer, wiser. Let that be enough. Let this breath be enough. Let this pause be enough. Because there is no finish line for healing. There is only this moment. And this moment is yours. Breathe it in. Feel it. Welcome it. Say to yourself, I no longer carry what tried to break me. I carry peace. Peace that isn't perfect, but real. Peace that isn't loud, but constant. Peace that comes not from escaping your past, but from no longer needing it to be different. You are allowed to feel joy again. You are allowed to start over. You are allowed to love yourself as you are, not as you were. Not someday. Now. Now is always the beginning, and you don't have to earn it. You just have to allow it. Right here, right now. Still breathing, still healing, still choosing to let go, still becoming whole. There's a kind of freedom that doesn't announce itself. It doesn't shout or sparkle. It just quietly settles into your bones. The moment you stop needing the past to make sense. Some things don't make sense. Some things just happened, and they hurt, and you survived. And that's all the story you need. Not everything has a clean ending. Not every question gets answered. Not every pain gets wrapped up in understanding. But you're not here to rewrite the past. You're here to live through it and come out softer, more present, more awake. You don't need to fight the past to move forward. You only need to stop living in it. It will always be a part of you, but it doesn't get to define you. not unless you let it. Pain wants to be remembered. It wants attention. It wants to be the loudest thing in the room. But you don't have to feed it. You don't have to sit with it longer than necessary. You don't have to keep opening old wounds, just to remind yourself that they existed. You've felt enough. You've cried enough. You've carried enough. Now, it's time to rest. Let the past be a chapter, not a prison. Let the pain be a teacher, not a home. There is no growth in rereading the same page forever. There is no healing in reliving what hurt you. You're allowed to close the book. Even if you didn't get all the answers, you're allowed to walk away. Even if no one else understands why. Even if it still aches sometimes. Because healing doesn't always look like smiling. Sometimes healing is simply not reacting, not breaking, not blaming. Sometimes healing is just choosing peace. Again and again and again. Even when it's quiet. Even when it's unfamiliar. Even when it's hard. Peace doesn't mean forgetting. Peace means remembering without crumbling. It means carrying your story without it crushing you. And you're already doing that. Even on the days you feel far behind. Even when you still feel the sting. Because you're choosing to stay. You're choosing to breathe. You're choosing to move even if it's slow. That's strength. That's resilience. That's stoic power. The kind that doesn't need to prove itself. The kind that doesn't beg to be seen. The kind that lives quietly, in the stillness between moments. You don't have to have it all figured out. You just need to keep showing up for yourself. And every time you do, you build a life that doesn't depend on the past to feel whole. A life that lets go. A life that forgives. A life that chooses not to carry what was never meant to be permanent. Your pain was real, but so is your power. So is your peace. So is your presence. Let what you can't change pass through you, like wind through open hands. You don't need to catch it. You don't need to fix it. You don't even need to understand it. You just need to let it go. Like breath, like rain, like yesterday. You are not here to suffer forever. You are here to awaken, to feel, to release, to begin again. So begin again, not with force, but with quiet courage. Not with answers, but with willingness. Not with certainty, but with presence. This is your life now. Not what happened. Not what hurt. Not what almost broke you. This breath. This stillness. This moment. And if you let it, this moment can be enough. Enough to remind you that you're still here. Enough to remind you that healing is slow, but always moving. Enough to remind you that the most stoic thing you can do sometimes is surrender. Not give up, but surrender to what is, to what can't be changed, to what no longer needs to be carried. You don't have to punish yourself for who you used to be. That version of you was trying. That version of you was doing their best. That version of you deserves love, not shame. You can stop running now. You can stop bracing for impact. You can stop rehearsing the worst-case scenario. Nothing is chasing you anymore, except the old stories in your mind. And you can rewrite them. You can tell a new story. A story where peace wins. Where gentleness is your strength. Where calm is your choice even when the world isn't calm. Write this in the comments. I give myself permission to stop carrying what already ended. And feel that, not as words but as truth. Let it settle into your chest like a quiet sunrise. You don't have to rush. You don't have to chase. You don't have to hold on so tightly. You can breathe now. You can be now. You can trust now. Because peace isn't out there. Peace is in how you meet this moment. Again and again. Without resistance. Without regret. Without needing the past to be any different than it was. This is the power of Stoic strength. Not armor, but acceptance. Not control, but clarity. Not force, but flow. Keep going. Keep breathing. Keep choosing to let go. You don't owe the past your presence. You don't have to keep looking back, hoping something will change, hoping someone will finally understand, hoping the pain will rewrite itself into something softer. That's not how healing works. Healing isn't found in the rewind button. It's found in the pause, the silence, the inhale, the moment when you finally stop asking, why did this happen to me? And begin to ask, what can I become from this? That shift, that quiet pivot from pain to presence, is what transforms suffering into wisdom. You've suffered enough. Now it's time to listen. To what? To yourself, to your body, to your breath, to that small, steady voice inside you that whispers, I'm ready to feel peace again. Not the kind of peace that pretends the past never happened. Not denial, not numbness, but the kind of peace that says, yes, it happened, and I'm still choosing to love this life, even with the scars, even with the aching, even with the not knowing, because life doesn't wait for closure to begin again. Life doesn't need every question answered to offer you beauty. The sun still rises, even when your heart is heavy. The world still turns, even when you feel stuck, and you still breathe, even when the past tries to suffocate your present. You are alive. That alone is a victory. So let go, not all at once, not in a way that feels forced, but slowly, intentionally, like leaves releasing their branches in autumn, not out of despair, but because they know it's time. Time to stop holding on to what no longer serves your becoming. Time to stop reopening doors that only lead to rooms with no light. Pain might have been a chapter, but you are the one holding the pen now. Write something softer, write something freer, write something that finally lets you exhale. Because here's a truth the past will never tell you. You don't need it. You don't need the pain to be valid. You don't need the memory to stay sharp. You don't need to prove how much it hurt. You only need to live like you know it's over. Let that sink in. It's over. Not forgotten, not erased, but no longer in control. You get to take the lesson. You get to leave the weight. You are allowed to grow in ways the old you never imagined. You are allowed to feel joy without guilt. You are allowed to smile again without waiting for something to go wrong. Don't let your healing be delayed by a memory that refuses to change. The past doesn't need more of your energy. The present does. This moment does. The version of you that's still becoming. They do. Let what's gone be gone. Let what hurt, hurt, and then let yourself be new. Even the strongest among us carry grief in their bones. Even the most peaceful have been through storms, but they didn't stay there. They didn't pitch a tent in their pain. They moved forward, not because it was easy, but because it was necessary. And so can you. You are not your regrets. You are not your lowest day. You are not what someone else couldn't love. You are here. That means something. That means everything. So sit with that truth for a moment. Let it fill your lungs. Let it quiet your thoughts. Let it remind you that you are not behind. You are exactly where growth begins. Not with a loud declaration, not with a dramatic decision, but with one simple thought. I deserve to feel peace again. Say that again to yourself. I deserve to feel peace again, and not just someday. Now, here, in this breath. You don't have to wait until everything is perfect. You don't have to wait until the past stops hurting. You don't have to wait until someone else gives you permission. This is your life, and it's moving, always, even when you feel stuck, even when the pain feels louder than your will. It's moving, so move with it, gently, deliberately, not as a way to escape, but as a way to return, to yourself, to your strength, to the part of you that has always been whole. Even while healing, pain may leave marks, but peace leaves roots. Let peace take root. Water it with presence. Feed it with stillness. Protect it with boundaries. Nourish it with self-respect. And when the past knocks, and it will, you don't have to answer. You don't have to invite it back in. You don't have to rehearse the old ache. You can simply breathe and say, I don't live there anymore, because you don't. Write this in the comments. I choose peace over punishment. I deserve to move forward. Feel that, not as a wish but as a decision. A quiet, powerful decision. To stop dragging yesterday into today. To stop apologizing for how long healing takes. To stop proving your worth through suffering. To stop tying your identity to your old wounds. You are not what broke you. You are how you healed. You are how you keep going. You are how you let go. Let go. One thought at a time. One breath at a time. One moment of peace at a time. Because this is how you return to yourself. This is how you embody Stoic strength. Not with a clenched jaw, but with an open heart. Not with control, but with clarity. Not by forgetting, but by refusing to carry what you've already survived. You are not here to repeat the pain. You are here to rise from it. And you are, right now. Remember, the past is like a river that has already flowed. You cannot step into the same water twice. Trying to cling to what has passed only keeps you frozen on the riverbank, watching life rush away. But the river of your life is still moving, and it invites you in, not to the cold and turbulent past, but to the calm and steady present. You don't need control. You need clarity. Clarity to see that pain is not your prison, but your teacher. Clarity to understand that your suffering does not define your future, but it can deepen your strength. Clarity to recognize that some things are beyond your reach, and that is okay. Let what you can't change pass through you, like wind through open hands. Feel the ache, the sorrow, the regret, but don't clutch it tightly. Let it move through your spirit, without erasing your peace. Pain is not the enemy. Your reaction to pain is what defines your strength. You can choose to carry pain like a weight, or let it transform you like fire purifies gold. There is no shame in feeling lost. There is no weakness in being tired. The soul needs rest, just as the body does. So be gentle with yourself. Your heart is not broken beyond repair. It is simply learning how to beat in a new rhythm. Allow that rhythm to emerge slowly, without forcing the tempo. You are not alone in this journey. The Stoics remind us that all humans suffer. Even Marcus Aurelius felt the sting of loss. Even Seneca faced storms in his life. Their strength was not in avoiding pain, but in facing it with courage and wisdom. So when the past pulls at you, invite it in as a guest, not a captor. Thank it for the lessons, but tell it gently, I'm moving forward now. Your future self is waiting patiently. She is wiser, freer, kinder. She doesn't need you to drag the past behind you. She needs you to walk lightly. And every step forward is a victory. No matter how small, no matter how slow, it is progress. Your mind may wander back to old hurts. That's natural. But you are learning to anchor yourself in the now, to breathe deeply, to feel the ground beneath your feet, to see the sun through new eyes. Healing is not a destination. It's a path walked day by day, sometimes uphill, sometimes downhill, sometimes under stormy skies, sometimes bathed in gentle light, but always moving forward, always becoming. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to be present. Let the past be a teacher, not a jailer. Let the pain be a reminder, not a prison. You are here to live, to love, to find peace even when chaos surrounds you. You are here to choose calm over chaos, to choose your response over reaction, to choose yourself over the shadows of yesterday. Write this in the comments. I release the past to embrace my peace. Hold that intention close. Let it be your compass. The journey is long, but you are stronger than you know. Every breath you take is a testament to your resilience. Every moment you choose peace is a victory of the spirit. So keep walking, keep breathing, keep choosing. You don't have to carry the past anymore. You only have to carry yourself, and that is enough. The wind will carry the rest. There is something sacred in the act of letting go. It's not about forgetting. It's not about pretending pain never touched you. It's about choosing to free yourself from its grip. You've held onto your past like a lifeline for so long, maybe because it feels familiar, maybe because you fear the unknown without it. But here's the truth. You are not your past. You are not the sum of your wounds or regrets. You are the quiet space in between, the breath before the next moment, the stillness where healing begins. To stop thinking so much about what once was is to give yourself permission to live fully in what is now. This doesn't mean you erase memories. It means you see them as clouds passing through a vast sky, temporary, shifting, never permanent. Let your mind rest from replaying old stories. Your heart deserves the relief of stillness. Your spirit craves the lightness of being unburdened. Imagine your thoughts like leaves on a stream. You watch them float by without grabbing, without chasing. They pass naturally, and so can you. The pain you feel is real, and it's okay to honor that. But it is not your identity. You are more than your suffering. Sometimes the hardest step forward is simply to stop resisting what has happened. To stop fighting shadows that no longer have power. To accept what is, not because you give up, but because you understand. There is a kind of strength in surrender, a quiet power in allowing life's currents to carry you gently forward, even when the way is unclear. Your resilience is not measured by how tightly you hold on. It is measured by your courage to release, to breathe out what weighs you down, and breathe in peace. You may feel lost now, and that is okay. Being lost is the beginning of a new path, a chance to discover who you really are. Beyond pain and fear, lean into the stillness. Feel the ground beneath you. Know that you are safe here, not because everything is perfect, but because you are choosing presence. Your mind will wander back to the past. When it does, gently guide it home, with kindness, with patience, with the quiet assurance that this moment is all you really need. Write this in the comments. I release my pain with love and choose to live. Say it aloud in your mind. Let it settle like a warm blanket over your heart. You are not alone in this. We all carry burdens unseen. We all wrestle with memories that hurt, but we also carry the capacity to heal, to grow, to find peace. The Stoics remind us that control is an illusion. But clarity is a gift. You don't need to control the past. You only need to see it clearly, as a chapter that shaped you, but no longer defines you. Let go of the what-ifs and if-onlys. They keep you trapped in a loop. Instead, hold on to what is true. You are here now, and that is a beginning. Your strength comes not from avoiding pain, but from choosing how you respond to it. You can carry pain like a heavy stone, or hold it lightly like a feather. Choose the feather. Choose lightness. Choose peace. You are not your mistakes. You are the lessons learned from them. You are the light that shines through the cracks. Breathe deeply. Feel the air fill your lungs. Let your breath remind you of life. Fragile, precious, unstoppable. You are alive. And alive means hope. Alive means possibility. Alive means you can choose again and again. No matter how many times the past pulls at you, you can say no. You can say, not today. You can say, I am more than this. And every time you say it, you reclaim a little more peace, a little more freedom, a little more you. The journey is long, and sometimes the road is rough, but each step forward is sacred. Each breath of peace is a triumph. So keep going, keep breathing, keep choosing yourself. Write this in the comments. My peace is my power. I am enough. Let these words root deep inside you. Let them be the light in your darkest moments. Because the past will always be a part of your story, but it will not be the end. You are still writing the pages ahead. And those pages hold the promise of peace, joy, and freedom. You are stronger than you know, wiser than you realize, more loved than you feel. Let go of the pain that no longer serves you. Open your hands, open your heart, and step gently into the peace that awaits. When the past tries to pull you back, imagine it like a shadow in the distance. Cannot reach you unless you turn toward it. You hold the power to face forward, toward the light of this moment, toward the breath that fills your lungs now. You don't need control, you need clarity. Clarity to understand that the past is outside your grasp, but your present response is always within your hands. Pain is not the enemy. It is a signal, a messenger, not a master. Your strength grows not by resisting pain, but by welcoming it with courage and calm. Feel the softness of your own presence. Let it soothe the wounds that ache beneath the surface. Your heart, though tender, is resilient. It bends but does not break. Remember, the Stoics taught us to meet life as it comes, with acceptance, with grace, with the quiet confidence that peace is a choice, not a gift from circumstance. You may feel overwhelmed, but within you is a stillness untouched by chaos. It waits quietly, like a deep well of calm, ready to fill you when you pause and listen. Give yourself permission to rest in that stillness, to simply be without needing to fix or change, to let the past be what it is, a story that no longer needs your constant attention. Imagine your thoughts as clouds drifting across a vast sky. They come and go. You don't need to chase them, nor do you need to hold on to them. Just watch. Just breathe. Pain shapes you, but it does not define you. It is a part of your story, yes, but it is not the whole story. You are also courage, hope, and light. There is strength in gentleness. There is power in patience. There is freedom in letting go. The past will always have its place, but it is not your home. Your home is here now, in the breath, in the moment, in the choice to be present. Write this in the comments. I embrace my present with open hands and a calm heart. Say it slowly. Feel it settle inside you like a gentle wave. Your path forward is not about perfection. It's about presence, about showing up for yourself again and again, even when it feels hard. Healing is not linear. Some days will be easier, others harder, and that's okay. You don't have to have all the answers. You just have to keep moving. One step, one breath, one moment at a time. There is grace in imperfection. There is wisdom in patience. There is strength in vulnerability. So when the past calls, listen kindly. Thank it for its lessons, and then gently turn back to now. Your peace is waiting. Your future is bright. Your heart is ready. You are enough. You are worthy. You are free. Keep breathing. Keep being. Keep choosing peace. The journey is yours, and it is beautiful. Sometimes the weight of the past feels unbearable, like carrying a heavy stone in your pocket wherever you go. But what if you could gently set that stone down? Not forever, not with force, but with a quiet choice to rest. You don't need to carry your pain like a badge of honor. True strength is found in release, in the courage to say, I will not be defined by this anymore. Imagine your heart as a garden. Pain is a storm that may have damaged some flowers, but it cannot destroy the soil beneath, the fertile ground where new growth begins. Your past does not have to be a prison. It can be a teacher, a chapter that led you to this very moment, this very chance for peace. The Stoics remind us to accept what we cannot change, and to focus our energy on what we can. Our thoughts, our actions, our intentions. You don't need control, you need clarity. Clarity to see that holding on to old hurt only keeps you trapped in a cycle of suffering. Let what you can't change pass through you, like wind through open hands. Feel the freedom in that image. Hands open, relaxed, ready to receive new moments. Pain is not the enemy. Your reaction to pain is what defines your strength. You can choose to build walls, or you can choose to build bridges back to yourself. There is a quiet power in kindness. Kindness to your own heart. Kindness to your own story. You are not alone in this struggle. Every soul carries scars, but every soul also carries light. When the past calls your name, answer with compassion, not fear. Speak to yourself as you would to a dear friend. I see your pain, and I honor your courage. But now, let us walk forward together. Write this in the comments. I am more than my past. I am peace in motion. Feel those words fill your spirit with gentle strength. Remember that healing is not a race. It is a quiet journey, step by step. Sometimes forward, sometimes a pause, always moving toward peace. You may feel tired, overwhelmed, or lost, and that is human. It is okay to rest. It is okay to ask for help. But don't lose sight of your power. You have the power to choose your path, to choose your response, to choose peace. Let your breath be your anchor. When the mind races, come back to the breath. Inhale calm, exhale tension. The present moment is your refuge. Not the past, not the future, but right here, right now. You are enough exactly as you are. You are worthy of peace and love. You are deserving of a life free from the chains of old pain. Let go of what no longer serves you. Open your hands, your heart, your mind. Step gently into freedom. Keep writing your story with courage, with kindness, with peace. Write this in the comments. I choose freedom from the past. I choose love for myself. Let these words be a beacon when shadows arise. The road ahead may have clouds, but it also has sun. It also has moments of unexpected joy, moments of quiet grace. Hold on to those moments. Let them remind you, life is still beautiful. You are still growing. Every breath is a chance to begin again. Every moment is a chance to be present. Every choice is a chance to be free. You are stronger than the pain you carry, wiser than the fear that binds you, braver than the doubts that whisper in the dark. There is hope in your heart. There is light in your soul. You are never truly alone. We walk this path together, step by step, breath by breath. So keep breathing, keep being, keep choosing peace. Your story is unfolding, and it is beautiful. It's okay to feel lost sometimes, to feel like the past is a storm you can't escape. But even storms pass, and after the storm, the air is clearer, the sky softer. You don't have to rush your healing. It's not a race, it's a process. Slow, patient, gentle. Let yourself feel what needs to be felt, without judgment, without shame. Your emotions are not your enemy. They are signals guiding you toward understanding. You don't need control, you need clarity. Clarity to recognize that the pain you carry is a chapter, not the whole story. Let the past be a teacher, not a jailer. Let it show you lessons in resilience, in courage, in compassion. Picture your pain like a river. You don't have to swim against the current. You can float, you can let it carry you downstream, and in that movement find release. Pain is not the enemy. Your reaction to pain is what defines your strength. You can choose to hold on, or you can choose to let go. It's not easy. Letting go never is. But freedom lives on the other side of release. Write this in the comments. I release the weight of my past. I embrace the calm of the present. Say it slowly. Let it fill you like a warm breath. Remember that every moment is a new beginning. You have the power to create space for peace within your own mind. When you find yourself caught in old memories, bring your attention back to your breath. Feel the rise and fall, the steady rhythm, a reminder that life continues, and so can you. The past will always be there, but it doesn't have to live inside you. Your heart is not a storage for pain. It's a wellspring of strength, a place where hope grows. Allow yourself to be gentle. Allow yourself to heal. Allow yourself to simply be. You are not alone. We all carry burdens, but we also carry light. Let your light shine through the cracks. The scars you carry are proof of battles fought, lessons learned, and strength gained. There is peace in acceptance. There is power in surrender. Not surrender to defeat, but surrender to what is, so you can move forward free. Write this in the comments. I choose peace over pain. I choose hope over fear. Feel these words settle softly inside you. Healing is not linear, comes in waves. Some days will feel heavy, others lighter. That's okay. Every step counts. Every breath matters. Be patient with yourself. You are doing the best you can. You are enough. You are worthy. You are loved. Even in your darkest moments, there is a quiet strength inside you, a strength that no pain can erase. Lean into that strength. Trust in your resilience. You are more than your past. You are not defined by your pain. You are a soul learning to fly again, and flying is possible. Keep breathing. Keep moving. Keep choosing peace. Your journey is sacred. Your heart is brave. Your story is still being written, and it is filled with light.